Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this year's New South Wales 3,000 metre champions from the beautiful Sydney Olympic Park warm-up track. My name is James Constantine and I'm very, very excited to introduce my co-commentator for the next hour and a half, Keith Hong. Keith, how you going, mate?
Thanks for having me, James. Good evening, everyone. It's almost near perfect weather. I think tonight everyone would tune in all the way right up till our championship race in the evening. We're going to have a very spectacular race. Probably some records might be broken, but we're certainly going to in for a really good night, James.
Keith, you're one of 5 special guests that we'll have coming up tonight. Of course, we announced them on Athletics New South Wales and Distance Running New South Wales in the last 24 hours or so. We have on-day Callum Usage and Jayla Hancock-Cameron, who ran the 800 metres earlier today, ran a 2:06, so we'll have a chat about her race before she backs up and does the 3,000 metres in the women's B a little later on. We also have Kieran Toole, who was the recent silver medalist from the New South Wales 10,000 metre championships a couple of weeks ago at Bankstown, and the main co-commentator and special guest of the night, Mr. Oliver Hoare, 2018 1500 NCAA champion, 3:34 1500 metre, and just a fantastic bloke and a fantastic runner. We can't wait to have him in the commentary box from 8:15. Keith, first up is the community races, starting from 5:50. We've got the B race at 5:50, followed by the A race about 15 or 20 minutes afterwards.
Yep.
You would know a few of those runners in those races.
I do. There are a lot of familiar faces, and we are really delighted to have a lot of the community runners out to participate in the community, the first 2 A and B races. I think it's something that we really want to encourage more of the recreational runners from the recreational club or the wider running community to come out and participate in these races. It's really something that we want to see more. So if any of the online audience are attracted by, or perhaps even mildly intimidated, it isn't. It's a very open environment, and we really want everyone to participate the next time we have as part of the Mala series.
And Keith, we've only seen a growth in recreational running, obviously not just on the track, but in Run New South Wales events, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. From your point of view as a major event, or rec running major event director, what's been your thoughts in the last 3 to 5 years on rec running in New South Wales?
It's certainly the contribution of many different factors. I think Run New South Wales and Athletic New South Wales events, the quality of the standards have improved a lot. I think that really contributed a lot to the growth of the event, and of course, Park Run and all the other major sporting competition. We have seen a rise of all the participation rate from Sydney Running Festival to more local club races. I think that has helped a lot of the recreational running, from all the way from the 60 minutes 5K route to the sub-elite pack. So I think that has a lot of contribution to it, but we certainly want more. Running is such an active, easily accessible sport, so we certainly would welcome more of that.
Great summary. We'll probably head down to our commentary box now, but we are not far away, just over 10 minutes away from the first of the community races. We'll leave you just for a moment and we'll be back in just a few minutes' time. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for bearing with us. We're now just moments away from our first race of the New South Wales 3,000 metre championships, and it will be the first of two community 3,000 metre races. Both men and women will be taking part in these ones. We've got 22 starters for the community B race, and Keith Hong, would you like to take us through?
Will do. For beep number 1, we have Pete Jenkins. Number 2, Richard Walker. 3 on Jeff Darby. Julie Carey on 4. Alexandra Dillon on 5. Victor Donovic on 6. Henry Stewart 7. Jeff Chong on 8. Dan Pham on 9. Adam Longton on 10, Matt Bly on 11, Rebecca Haleen on 12, Amy Davenport 13, Jessica Berg 14. On beep number 15, we have Gordon Bell, Mike Morrissey is on beep 16, JB Alexander on 17, Sean Candy 18, Dennis Williams on 19, Martin Vu 20, Poppy O'Brien 21, and last beep of 22, David Jagger. James?
Thanks, Keith. First start list you've ever called out?
Very much is. I think it's very different to commentate with the expectations that a live audience is there to potentially pick up any mistakes. But I think it just gives a lot more. No, I did spend the afternoon really trying to look into the background of some of the committee and also the other runners participating in tonight's 3,000 championship. Am I right, James? This is one of the biggest 3,000 meter field we have in athletic New South Wales history.
Yes, Keith. I'm glad you brought that up. For those who were paying attention to our emails and socials on Athletics New South Wales, we've seen that we actually sold out for this event on Monday night. So, of course, under the COVID restrictions, we can't have any more than 500 patrons in the venue, and that includes everyone within the venue, athletes, coaches, officials, and the like. So, unfortunately, we actually can't have any spectators in today, which is hopefully why we're bringing you a quality live stream, and for those watching on home can enjoy all the action from their lounge rooms. But yes, over 400 athletes were registered by Monday night, which I've been here for just over 4 years now, but certainly the biggest in my time here. I'm sure those who have been in the sport a little bit longer might be able to remember 3Ks with 25 or 30 races, but 17 races here tonight, 10 graded men, 5 graded women, and 2 community races. So it's been a fabulous turnout, and we thank everyone who is making this event the success that it will be tonight. We can see the athletes just putting on their final hip numbers there, so we will probably be a couple of more minutes away from a start. For those who are tuning in now, you may not hear the usual dulcet tones of Matthew Whitbread. I am very much filling in the anchor role tonight. Matthew is unavailable. I think he might be somewhere up the coast enjoying a drop of wine or two. So,
but I'm sure he's watching earnestly,
of course,
making sure that the
production that we can put together tonight. Keith, as we mentioned in the intro, community running and recreational running in general, very much your wheelhouse. You'd know a lot of these athletes, runners, clubs, groups, squads, usually, whatever group they may run with, and we don't have them on our start list here, and they may not actually be necessarily part of the Athletics or Run New South Wales.
background of all the runners participating today, I found at least over 45, probably even close to 50 different recreational running groups that actually exist in New South Wales. So it's certainly most of the runners we have in both the B and A do come from all walks of life, but certainly the clubs, the recreational running clubs, do dominate a lot of that. I think that the establishments of all these groups certainly has contributed to the growth of the community races as well. But equally, I think the interest of running and everyone's participation across is certainly a big part of this increased number of participants as well. So I think we're just about to have a start soon. We're going to pan the camera over to the start line very shortly. For everyone who's just starting at home watching the broadcast, the weather out here, the temperature really has dropped, much to everyone's delight. It's a very cool start here at the warm-up track at the Sydney Olympic Park. It's almost near perfect condition to race, James.
Yeah, it's beautiful. About 21 degrees we're seeing at the moment. Not much wind to be talk of either. I think conditions are pretty much ideal right now and should get better as the night goes on. I know I was talking to some of the SOPAC attendants earlier on who said that the wind would be really dropping off and we'll get into the high teens hopefully by the time our championship races roll on. But as we said, the first race will be the Community B. They look like they're just about ready for a start. We can see the starters just preparing to fire that gun to get us on the way. From my very, as we just have camera just being adjusted there. Main camera with Brian E. Norton tonight, one of the regulars of the live stream production team. You can see some Sydney Athletics Academy. You can see a King's Cross Track Club singlet there, Keith.
That's correct. I see King's Cross Track Club and saw a couple of striders as well. There might be. I know Amy Davenport is running in this race. Is she on the start line? She is. She might be with Athletics East, but I don't quite see an Athletic East club singlet there. All right, we're almost ready for the start.
Foot on the line must have been.
We almost had to held our breath there.
So we're away in our first race of the evening. It is the Community B race for the 2020 New South Wales 3,000 metre championships, and we just spoke about that athlete before, the King's Cross Track Club athlete. That's hip number 20. Who have we got? Might just catch it as they come around. We've got Sydney Athletics Academy athlete junior popping up there, and also that's JB Alexandra in 17.
That's correct.
Number 9, that's Dan Pham. Going out very quickly, 33 through the first 200. Very, very quick for a Community B race. And then we've got Henry Stewart and JB Alexandra in second and third, followed by Victor Donovich. So they're the top 4, but it's Dan Pham at the moment who's gone out very quickly. Now, Keith, in your experiences of running 3Ks, whether it's a time trial or a race, how would you be approaching the race tonight?
I think as a community runner, recreational runner like myself, who's not very much of an elite runner, looking at what Dan has just gone through in the first lap at just around 68. It wouldn't be the way that I would approach it. I'm a rather conservative runner and not being very experienced on track. I might even take the first 1K or 1.5K, stretching it around to 2K before eyeballs out with the last K kick. I would expect a Community B race. Would you say it's accurate for us to say a finish time anything between under 20 will be an extremely respectable time?
Oh yeah, under 20. I mean that's pretty close to 7-minute Ks. We might be looking at something more like maybe 15 minutes, 5-minute Ks. Yeah. So just through the lap there.
Pardon me. It's a 3K, not 20 minutes. Yep, that's right. I had the 5,000 in my head.
That's all right. That's all right. And yeah, the camera's just still on Dan there. So we just missed that lap. Sorry, but we'll get his 1K split coming up pretty shortly. He'll be coming up to the 800 metre mark Very short. Oh, sorry, no, that was the 600. Sorry, so no, we are coming up to his lap split. So through 108 in the first lap, and Dan's gone through
224.
224. So he's just slowed up to a 76 there. So probably a little bit more sensible now. He's
I think he's probably getting into his groove now, realizing the thrill of the start of a track race. It's generally very different from a road race, just because you're so exposed out on the track. And now he's coming back straight up onto the straight. Now he's looking pretty comfortable. You can see, he's looking forward, keeping his form pretty well.
Yeah, beautiful form, isn't it? So that's JB Alexandra, the unattached athlete, about 50 metres behind him at the moment, and our Sydney Athletics Academy athlete just a little bit further back. So 3:04 through the first K for Dan Pham, currently on 9:12 pace here for the Community B race. Incredibly impressive running, potentially maybe a slight misseeding. Where it's always interesting with these community races when people are putting down their PBs and they've never actually run a 3K before. Whether they leave it blank or not, you just never know what's coming.
The challenge of a track race, it's you are so exposed, but equally, with that many participants on the track, you hopefully, if you feel that you have a bad race, you can almost hide yourself among all the number of laps. But suddenly we have a lap counter right just past the finishing line that eliminates the need for you to use your fingers to count how many more laps that you have to run. So I guess that's probably one of the benefits of us having this community race. For those who are not familiar, the lap counters are here, electronic lap counter, for you to remind you how many laps that you have. But certainly a good tip is for us to remind ourselves that we have how many more to do. It's still our own responsibility. And Dan has just come through again, and that looked like a 75 again. Is that right?
75, 76, yeah, rather than 76 at lap. So he's really settled into 3:10 or 9:30 pace quite nicely. So Dan probably looking around, with that quick start, probably looking around 9:20 to 9:25, I'd assume.
Yeah.
Just some other athletes coming into picture there. We saw a Sutherland athlete there and also a Run Crew athlete.
That's right.
Great to see some of the stronger clubs being represented here in the community race too.
I think I also spotted Dennis Williams. Dennis is also a very accomplished Masters runner.
We've just got Amy Davenport in shot here, as you mentioned, the Athletics East athlete. She's our leading female at the moment, going through the 1400 metre mark and looking very comfortable. Amy's through there in about 4:58. So probably looking around that low 10-minute mark at the moment. We've also got Peter Jenkins
has just come past the line. And then we have Henry Stewart looking very comfortable. He seemed to be in the same spot as one of the other Senior Striders runners. So that's a nice little pack there working together. And we have, of course, just Mike Morrissey from Senior Striders just come through. And then we have another bunch of runners coming through, 2 run crews. And, of course, we have Dan Pham coming right up as well. And I have here, that's another 76 for Dan. Still looking pretty consistent, James.
He is looking really good, isn't he? I think he will be aiming for something around about that 9:20 to 9:25 mark. He certainly shot out quickly in 68, but he settled into a very good pace here. There's JB Alexandra sitting in second. He's through 1800 and 5:56, and we just see that was Richard Walker on screen. We also have a runner here. That's number 4. That's Julie Carey. So Julie making her way around. Fantastic to see Julie giving the track a go tonight.
Yeah, she's certainly looking very composed. She is working, but no, we certainly look forward to see what personal best she can set herself tonight. Of course, coming down the straight, we have number 15, and that was Gordon Bell. Looking really good. And Peter Jenkins, again, it's been a long time recreational runner. Doesn't really belong to a club, but is very active within the ultra community, extremely supportive.
Back to Amy Davenport on screen for Athletics East, our leading female, looking very, very comfortable at the moment as Amy. I think Amy's joined Athletics East in fairly recent times, last season or two, and has really been a great participant over the middle and long distance track races, and also taking part in a couple of the cross-country events we had this season as well. As we've got Dan Pham.
I had Dan has just passed us. He's now back on to about 300 mark, pardon me. He last clocked the lap at 77. Hasn't really dropped much. He was 75, 76, and now slightly down to 77.
Yeah,
so
he's keeping it together well, though, isn't he? I think he was about 6:11 through that 2K split. We might have just been a little bit out on that, but Dan Pham with 600 metres to go has wrapped up this Community B race quite convincingly by the looks of it. But, of course, not always about winning in these community races. It's coming out and having a go, and we're seeing 22 people do that tonight. Here's Amy Davenport, our leading female. She has 2 laps to go, or maybe 3 laps to go for Amy.
And that's Richard Walker sitting right behind her. He's probably a lap behind her as well, behind Amy Davenport.
And
we have Victor Donovic and Peter Jenkins as well, and Hills Athletics coming through.
So Dan goes through about 8:12 for Dan. So he'll need a 78 to break that 9:30. He should probably get under that, you would think, with a bit of a kick. He's been holding around that 70.
Yeah, he had 78, 77. I had on 78 on my clock, probably just a second out. But he's looking like, he looks pretty comfortable. Do you think, James?
He is looking good. I think his stride might just be a little bit slow. Certainly from the first K, he went through in 3:04. But only 2:50 to go. He'll probably have a little bit of a kick to try and get home here. JB Alexandra just getting the bell there. 8:44 for JB. So he'll be looking to break 10 minutes. He'll need something fairly quick, about 76 to break 10 minutes for JB. But this race has been all about Dan Pham in terms of the front running. As you can see just behind them, Victor Donovic he's just sped up a bit there. I think he's just getting pulled along a little bit by Dan. I think he's got a couple of laps more to go than Dan does. But Dan Pham coming down the home straight, representing the King's Cross Track Club, based out of King's Cross, who meet under the Coke sign twice a week. The Recreation Rowing Club has done a very good job over the last few years, and they've produced a fantastic runner in Dan Pham as he comes across down to line 9:26 unofficially for Dan Pham. Fabulous run for a Community B race.
That's a fantastic time. I think certainly when we see Dan's time come again, we certainly will want to upgrade him to the A community race, probably even some of the other races that we have through the night. We had Amy Davenport of Athletics who came through at 9:13. She is currently at the 200 meters mark, coming through not too far away as
well. JB Alexandra on screen here. How are we going? Just getting to that 10-minute mark for JB now. So putting his head down, coming towards the line. JB Alexandra, the unattached athlete. Good run here by him. 10:08 unofficially as he crosses the line, takes out second place in the Community B race. And we go back to, that was Victor Donovic, I think, on screen. Here's Amy Davenport, I think. So I think Amy might be our first female just coming down now. Looking very good, isn't she?
She's looking powering through. That's certainly a nice little sprint finish.
10:28 I've got for Amy, so very solid sub 3-3-minute Ks there for Athletics East female, and she looks she looks pretty happy. She looks tired, but I think that was a bit of a smile I caught. So well done to Amy. And we've got Victor Donovic now, Sydney Strider's athlete in 6. He's going to take out third in the men for the Community B. Just coming down now, clicking over the 10:50. So might just be sneaking under the 11-minute mark for Victor.
Yep.
At the ripe young age of 61. Yeah. How about that? Sub 11 at 61. My goodness.
That's a fantastic time. No, I'm really going to try and look through mine though to see what club or group that he runs with. But certainly that's an extremely amazing time. Some
more athletes coming across the line. Young Henry Stewart of Sydney Athletics Academy just coming over about 11:12 with Peter Jenkins, and we also have Matt Blythe of the Hills Club there. Hills District's coming across in about 11:05 before that as well.
Yep.
Another one of our run crew athletes, Jeff Chong. So it's great to see some of the more community runners. So often we associate run crew with the Ben St. Lawrence's, the Katie Conlons, the Tom DeCantos of the world, those really high class, high performing runners. But great to see some of the more back of the pack runners, I guess, of that Run Crew squad out here tonight in the community race.
The Run Crew squad, as we believe, I know it's a club that's grown over the last few years, especially the last 12 months. But certainly they have a squad that's across all repertoires of speed and pace. But tonight, equally, I think with the community races, we certainly have a lot of other groups that's just coming through as well. We have number 12, Rebecca Haleen.
Now, I think that might be Harry Helene's mum, actually. Harry Helene, an incredibly talented junior.
Yep.
Also runs for Run Crew, so her mum coming across the line there. Very good running by her, about 12:20 for Rebecca.
Yep, and of course we have Gordon Bell. I believe this could be his Bell lap. That's right, Gordon Bell.
Very good, very good.
Yep. With that, we certainly have number 5, Alexandra Dillon, coming through, looking very sharp.
Very good form there. Love that arm carriage.
Drive.
Very good.
Right.
12:45 there for Alexander.
Yep.
I think he's done.
He's done. He's still, I think that's a little joke.
Yep, okay.
And we have Jeff Chong.
Jeff Chong.
From Run Crew.
Good run here by, Jeff is good. I think he might have just snuck under that 13-minute mark. Very, very close there for Jeff, but good run by him. Make sure he stopped the gun. He's gone straight to the floor off camera. So good running there by Chong.
Fantastic. And
Richard Walker.
Just finishing the line. I've just been reminded, of course, Victor Donovic is part of Sydney Striders, which is, he has been a long-time club member for a while. So thank you, Muhammad Akub, for the little gentle reminder. He is a Sydney Strider. So thank you, Mo. And of course, just finishing line, we have Jeff Darby.
Good run there by Jeff.
Yeah, and we certainly still have, I think, just a few more of the runners out there. The good thing about track races, James, it's about really being out here and giving it a go. There's there's good days and not so good days in the offices, but I think a track race like that, with almost near perfect weather out here. It's almost a fantastic run for us to witness them achieving their time. Set a good baseline for 2021, which 2020 has been a really challenging year for everyone. I think this is Julie Carey coming through, which I think it could be her last. She's just coming through now.
Yeah, I've just copped a little bit of stick in the comments, actually, Keith, about Dan Pham's cadence slowing a little bit. I think that was in relation to the first 400 metres. I certainly did not mean that Dan Pham was slow, particularly when he's running about, a minute faster than I could at the moment, and incredibly good running for a community P race. So sorry to those who I may have come across as, I don't know what word to use there, but no, Dan Pham was incredibly impressive in that B race, and a 9:26 unofficially for him. Just seeing on screen there was Gordon Bell. Just trying to pick up that club there.
Yeah.
Didn't quite catch that.
Yeah.
So we've still got Julie Carey
still
going around, doing
Julie
very
Carey
well.
Is currently now approaching. She's about approximately 250 to go. I think the cooler weather has probably really helped her maintain her pace there. Just as Julie is passing the 200 marks, you can see the race for the community race getting ready, and they will of course start up very shortly once Julie completes her time on the 3,000 meters community race B race. So we certainly, I'm sure she would appreciate the time tonight, walking away with a good baseline to help her build her training to the next miler series. There's quite a good miler series, James. I can notice you and Matt and the big committee have really developed. Would you tell us more about the many races that you have put on and what we have in store for the next few weeks and months?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's certainly not Matt and I more so than the club's actually hosting the meets.
Yep.
I guess we sort of have been working, or Athletics New South Wales has been working with some of our clubs in Bankstown and the Sydney Athletics Academy and the Manly Warringah clubs, and we thank those clubs for putting on some fantastic distance running initiatives. I guess it It's more so around that grassroots club level competition now not only existing but also being better promoted. We've had so many clubs deliver so many great competitions over many seasons. Great clubs around New South Wales, up in the Hunter, out west, down in the southwest, and of course in the Wollongong with Kembla Joggers and IBSs. That is Julie, yep. So Julie's just got the bell up. So 400 metres to go for Julie.
Yeah, I think with that, she's probably likely going to come in with approximately with 18:30, with a pace going with Sally. She's still looking that she's working quite well there.
Yeah. Julie going very well. So 350 go for Julie. And yeah, just wrapping up that miles topic, Keith. I guess the way in which the sport is going is that specialised meets are seen, particularly midweek, are seen to be a really good additional competition, but also participation element of our sport that can be delivered in conjunction with Athletics New South Wales events. So, of course, we had the Sydney University Interclub, and again, thank you to Sydney Uni for delivering a wonderful track and field meet before we got started here with the 3Ks. That will continue to, it continues to exist in our summer calendar, but more of the midweek meets, and we've seen a couple at Bankstown, we've seen one at Narrabeen so far, are there to complement the event products that Athletics New South Wales is also already delivering. What that means for those who actually participate in the sport across New South Wales is that you have more opportunities to actually get out and do your sport. And in some respects with milers, we also have seen some fantastic high velocity sprint focused meets delivered by Illawong and also Campbelltown. Campbelltown Collegians, is that you get to go to meets that are of a shorter period because there's only that particular discipline actually being carried out with one or two other supporting events as well. So, Illawong High Velocity off memory, they delivered a 60, a 100 and a 200 with an accompanying high jump for their meet and had over I think around about 200 athletes that participated in that meet. So it's great to see sort of the sport diversifying but staying united in the fact that we do have track and field every weekend. We have our New South Wales major championships, but now there are more opportunities to actually do the sport in a condensed time frame, and hopefully a more enjoyable time frame for all involved.
And of course, right as we speak, James, Julie is just really finishing her time.
Fantastic, and she's going to get well under 20 minutes here. So, well, there you go. There's that 20-minute mark you just mentioned. She's just smashed right through it. So 19:37 unofficially for Julie. Very good running by her, and that wraps up the Community B race. As we head back over to the start line, and going to have to be quicker on our watches.
I'm also trying to get the watch ready now. We very much would want to get things reset, ready for the next event that we're coming up.
We've got a Kings athlete here in one of the community races. We can also see Jimmy Dawes, the president of Randwick Botany Harriers, there in the blue, white and gold strip, hip number 5. You can see
you can't miss that him. He's doing his little warm-up jump, very much so now.
Who else can we see there? I think that's Owen Revell of Delta and 1. We'll see the front of his singlet as he comes in.
And I think we had on our start list, I'm not too sure if Ryan Fisher, who was on the original start list, isn't starting yet today. We have Patrick McMahon. James, do you want to call out the start bib list?
Yeah, absolutely. We're probably not far away, and we might talk over I think we'll just announce them as they get going. Beautiful. So on the way for the mixed Community A race, the second and last community races tonight. In hit 1 from Delta, it is Owen Revell. In 2, the 15-year-old James Tierney. In 3, Martin Klassen. 4 is Andrew Bullivant. 5 is the president of Randwick Botany Harriers, Jim Dawes. 6 from Run Crew's Hiroshi Fukushima. 7 is Ryan Fisher. 8, Turvey Toe. 9 is Keaton Harrison. 10, Patrick McMahon. 11, James Ether. 12 is Voltron Dwyer, or Ben Dwyer. 13, Indrajit H. 14, Cameron Lukshich. 15, Grant Denmead. 16, Matt Taylor. 17, Matt McCarran. And 18 is Bondi Running and Triathlon Squad's Dan Brooks, and another very fast start.
Yeah, Cameron Lukschik, if I pronounce his last name correctly.
The 21-year-old is taking out very quickly here.
He came through 200 mark at now about 34, 35.
Wow. This
is very quick. And
64. So what have we got with a 64 first lap? It's well, he's looking at his watch now. I don't know whether he's thought, "Oops," or no, this is right on pace for an 8:30. But we'll soon find out. Of course, we saw Dan Pham go out in 68 and then sell really nicely into 76s and 77s to run 9:26. So maybe we might be seeing the same from Cameron shortly, as we have Injit H currently sitting in second in that Delta Rain Project top. As this is the 600-meter mark for Cameron.
Yep, I'm not too sure if Cameron is, I believe Cameron is also from the King's Cross Track Club as well. I think that's been remarked on our live Athletic New South Wales live page. And we have, I think not far behind is Jeet, who's leading a nice little group of the
just
the
in
second
shot
pack.
now.
That's correct.
So Hiroshi Fukushima actually just working around the shoulder of Injit H. And then we've got the Kings athlete James Tierney, the 15-year-old, just in front of. Just missed it there. I think Owen Ravel in that pack with one other athlete. Just going back to that back straight. So we pick up some of the hip numbers there. I think that's 15 Grant Denmead, just leading a second chase pack with Matt Taylor there of King's Cross Track Club, and one of our young athletes in Patrick McMahon. I think he might be, I'm not sure what that top is, but panning back to...
Yeah, look, Cameron's coming through again. His form is still looking good. He's still nice little lift and good drive there.
Wow, this is the 1K mark, isn't it?
That's very much is. He's going to go under 3 minutes for the 1K mark.
He certainly is. As he comes in, he's gone through a 2:54. Unbelievable for a community A race.
Very much.
Where's an athletics club? I wonder if there's any scouts here today.
And we have Hiroshi
305 for that chase pack,
and with James right behind him, and of course Ewan Ravel from Delta right after, and of course Jeet just right behind.
Then we've got Andrew Bellevant, which is, well, they've really now strung out that chase pack, haven't they? There's about 7 of them within about 40 meters of each other. Pardon me, but it is Hiroshi and James just starting to work together as Cameron continues to dominate this race. Back on screen with him. So he's gone through the first K in 2:54, which is 8:42 pace. Oh, that's unbelievable. That's not our place in something like a D race, if he can keep it up.
We just really want to remind, or perhaps share with all the audience on our live page watching this, that is not very usual for a community race.
We are seeing some high-performing community athletes here.
Why do you think they would put themselves in a community race, James?
As he's now just slowed up to probably about 74. I say slowed up to a 74, almost sarcastically, as he's still absolutely motoring along. As we get a beautiful shot.
We have same thing. Yeah. We have James and Hiroshi and Ewan still in the same sequence, right? Since the second lap, and of course Jeet from Delta has just dropped back a little bit.
Lovely shot of 3 King's Cross track athletes there in one of the chase packs. King's Cross Track Club. Of course, one of the great inner city running clubs, run twice a week from underneath the Coke sign is their meeting spot, very famously.
Correct. And we have Patrick McMahon, a little young junior, sitting among the giants, and he's looking really well, really good form too. He's what, 10 years old.
Almost trying to tear his eyes away from his watch there is Patrick. Doesn't need to worry about the pace. He's looking very good at the moment. Back on screen with James Tierney of the King's School. So James has started to open up quite a large gap actually back to that chase back, and he's looking really well. Of course, the King's School, one of the very, very impressive athletics schools of New South Wales. We had the pleasure of covering the GPS Championships earlier this year, Matthew Whipper and I, and had some really, really good high school performances from those boys in not just distance running, but all track and field aspects. So great to see James out here, probably kicking off his summer season so far.
We had him, the leader of this New South Wales Athletics Championship A Community A race. He just ran the last lap at 74 seconds. No, in context to his very first lap, which was mid 60s, it's suddenly more manageable now. And of course, just coming through. Around screen, everyone, it's Ewan Ravel from Delta Running Project.
Yep, and Delta Running Project, coached by Jerome Dupuis out of North Sydney, as we have that's Jimmy Dawes on screen, president of Randwick Botany, working well there with that was Matt Carron and also Turvey Toe. Now Turvey's been to a couple of miles meets so far and got amongst it. Great to see again one of our community athletes getting involved here in the community race. 2 laps to go for Cameron. So he's gone. Yep. Sorry. Go ahead, Keith.
Sorry. That's Keaton Harrison. Just whom just got passed by our race leader.
Beautiful. So just at the front of the pack here, Cameron Lucius. So he's gone through 2:54 and then 3:07 for a 6:01. So he'll do well to break 9 minutes, but I tell you what, whatever he runs, it's going to be incredibly impressive for a community run. And for those watching, please sign up Cameron to an athletics club as soon as you can, because he's showing his worth tonight.
Yeah, if it's not, look, I think he probably want to keep himself under the radar by not wearing any club top. Andrew Bolivan seems to have a little cheer group online that's cheering him on from the lounge group.
Very good. Dan Pham and Cameron as a rematch. The B race versus A race winner potentially could. Well, hopefully they both sign up for clubs and we can actually see them in action in more Athletics New South Wales meets potentially. As we have Injury H on screen of the Delta Running Project, and just behind him in 11, James Ether.
James Ether
having a good run.
I think James Ether looked as if he was really going to try and make the pass, but Hiroshi it's certainly looking to keep them honest. We have the bell lap.
So 7:56, so he's going to have to close in 64 is Cameron to get under that 9-minute mark. It might be just out of his reach, but a fabulous run nonetheless for the unattached athlete, who we hope to say that for the last time, and he is attached to a club next time. Just passing one of our Striders athletes there in 17, Matt McCarran, and he's got 250 to go. Of course, we say community race. Really, there's a lot of very serious runners in this race. As Jim Dawes, absolutely a very good Masters runner. He's just being lapped here,
which I believe that's what he does on the side. He's a big fan of Collingwood as well. Jimbo Dawes, that's what they call him.
So I think Catherine Boulevard, I'm not sure if that's a potential partner or daughter of Andrew, but cheering on Andrew here. Keep those comments rolling through the live stream comment section on Facebook, as Cameron is coming down to the line and looking magnificent. 9:04 on the clock at the moment, and he's going to take out the community A race in sub 9:10, 9:09.
That's a really impressive time.
And here comes James Tierney. Now he's really closed the gap and run himself into a very much an outright second, and it's going to be a good race for the young athlete here, the 15-year-old from Kings. 9:24 he's gone through unofficially.
That's
good
amazing.
Run there by
and
James.
I believe with the bell lap is Turvey Toe that was just having his bell lap as well, and I believe just coming through.
Got Owen Ravel here, 9:37. And that's James Ethan, 9:39, a couple of seconds behind him.
That's correct. And we have Jeet from Delta.
Jeet for H. Jeet H, 9:45. Hiroshi, 9:46. And that was Aaron Sandra Segrin. Sorry, Aaron. And anyone watching Aaron. 9:49 for him unofficially. Good sub-10s here, all over the place. About 9:58 for 3 athletes there. I think it was
including Patrick McMahon and the 2 athletes from King's Cross Track Club.
Young Patrick there, breaking 10 minutes. Incredible run from one of our very young athletes here. I think just 10 years old for Patrick. Very, very good running.
Yeah.
Run crew athlete here, Martin Klassen. Comes through in 10:21.
Ryan Fisher, a very good runner. I think it's just recovering from a little slight injury.
Yeah, that's a good run by Ryan. I think he'll be pretty happy with sub 3:30s at the moment. And there's the Delta boys just getting a picture as a trio off screen. Jimmy Dawes, president of Randwick Botany. Here comes Jimmy.
There's a big cheer in the crowd.
10:43, yeah.
Cheering on Jimmy, and very, very strong finish by Turvey Toe.
It's a good run by Turvey, and I think Jimmy will be pretty happy with that. 10:43 for him.
Just across the line, of course, is Sydney Strider, Matt McCarron.
Yep. Keaton Harrison there, under sub-11 for Keaton. Another one of our young athletes participating in the community race from the Blue Mountains Club.
There were very impressive times that these community runners ran, James.
Really good.
Are there live results on the Athletic New South Wales Facebook page, or where can they look at the live results?
It certainly is, and I think it's also in the description of the live stream for those watching. Just click on See More on the description of the post here. It's got the timetable, start list, and results. So we do have the live results here tonight. You can see Benny Dwyer just in shot. A lot of black there. Black the singlet of choice.
It seems like black is the new red.
Fantastic.
A few of the online comments, of course. Good to see a triathlete first over the line. That's probably reference to our winner who has gone just over 9 minutes.
So for those joining us, we've just wrapped up the first two community races of this evening's proceedings, and we're going straight along to the first of our graded races. This will be the men's 3,000 metre J race, the first of 10.
Yeah.
9 graded races, if you want to call that, before the men's New South Wales 3,000 metre championship race, which we'll preview in just a short while. But a variety of ages on the start line here, from some 11-year-olds in Gerard Wright-Smith, Essex West, Jude Lowe, Sutherland. We've also got Lachlan Glasson from Gosford Little A's, and Max Bragozo from Manly Ringa, 4 11-year-olds. And then the 72 years, and I do mean this, 72 years young, Dennis Williams from the Hills District. Dennis, widely known as one of the more versatile, I have to almost say more friendly Masters runners going around.
Yeah.
Not that Masters athletes are unfriendly in the slightest, but Dennis always welcomes you with a smile when checking into
Dennis won the gold medal in the 10K race walk last year and the Masters Championship, and he also does the long jumps, as you mentioned as well.
Yeah, he's a great supporter also of the West Metropolitan Cross Country, led by David Archbold, and supported by a number of clubs in Hills Districts, Girraween, I think UTS North and Essex West are the 4 main clubs associated with West Met. So, yeah, great to see some of our you'd almost have to say usual suspects in terms of the athletes on this start list. We'll go through as they get going, not far away from a start. And of course, if you are following along on the live stream tonight, you can find the start time of all the graded races in the description of the live stream.
The original scheduled time that we have for the men's 3,000 meter J race was meant to start at 6:25, so we are just not too far behind. I think we're keeping fairly on time, on track. No pun intended, isn't it, James?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Just a few minutes behind, about 5 minutes at the moment. Nothing too drastic, and we should be able to maintain pretty close to the timetable times for each of the races tonight, barring any technical difficulties, but hopefully that doesn't occur. As you can just see, a couple of very slight drops of rain on the screen, but really pretty good weather overall. Nice cool conditions here at SOPAC tonight, just heading towards the high teens. So at the moment it is Maclay Kesby of Kembla Joggers in front of Benjamin Long of Westfields. And I guess this is probably not a bad time to actually go through the starters, Keith, if you want to run us through.
Yeah, we have on B1, we have Ron Schubel, 2 on Gerard Wright-Smith, 3 Jude Lowe on 3, Jason Wendt, 4 Tony Sinabaldi on 5, Dennis Williams, 6 Matthew Westwood on 7, Cooper Foley on 8, Wayne Cooper on 9, Benjamin Long 10, Brock Reed 11, Maclay Casby 12, Joshua Burton on 13, Peter Bryan 14, Matthew Bell on 15, Ian Rose on 16. On beat number 17 we have EJ Davey, beat number 18 Julian Smith, Joseph Elkie Lane on 19, Lachlan Gleason on 20, and Shane Clubb on 21, Max Bregozzo on 22, and number 23 we have Rory Campbell.
So this is the first of our graded races here tonight at the 2020 New South Wales 3,000 metre championships, and we've got 3 juniors out the front at the moment. Also, we can see Manly Warringah's Max Bregozzo making a bit of a move on Jude Lode from Sutherland early in this one. So through 600 there, 158 for Maclay Kesby of Kembla Joggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's got about a 15 metre gap back to the Westfields athletes in Benjamin Long. Just coming in a shot here.
That's
got
right.
one of the so that's actually, I don't think that's a participant in this race.
I think he's just doing his warm-up, yeah.
Some strides.
Yeah, and of course Benjamin Long is currently running under Westfield, but I know he's also trained by Daniel Andres from Pure Performance, so it's a fairly good runner there, Benjamin Long.
And we've got a few athletes just behind Benjamin at the moment, just our shot as we focus on Maclay Kesby. Now, of course, we'll see a lot of, particularly these lower grade races, the field spread out quite a lot. And then, you know, as we get into the night with some of the higher grade races, you'd expect to see some more, you know, packs working together, potentially chase down breakaway athletes. But yeah, quite spread out at the moment are these athletes, with Maclay Kesby from Benjamin Long. I think it was the Camden athlete singing third there at the moment. That's Matthew Westwood singing third. So Maclay goes through the first K, in 3:27, with Long in 3:30, and then a bit of a chase pack behind him. And
That's
also
right.
got Rory Campbell from Run Crew sitting there, and Max Bregozzo of Manly with Jude Lowe, and I think it might be one of the ride athletes there as well in Julian Smith.
And looks like what this could be like a third small pack. We have Gerald Wright Smith, who's also a very young junior of 11 years old from Essex West, pretty much leading the third small pack, we want to call it.
Sota, can you find 2 jumpers to put over the cameras, please? Can you find jumpers to put over the 2 cameras? Thank you. Just something to put over. Thanks, mate. Just, yeah, if you can find something. So just getting back to the race now, still Maclay Kesby.
That's correct. He's still maintaining a good pace there. I think once he comes through wants to do the lap, we'll be able to get a good assessment on how he's tracking. He's looking fairly comfortable, very controlled in his strides, and his.
We've got the run crew athlete Rory Campbell, so just closing that gap there is Rory.
Yeah, and of course Benjamin Long just right behind him from the Westfields.
It's great to see so many juniors out in this race, isn't it?
Yeah,
taking on the 3K.
It's almost like a very accessible distance for the juniors, you know, to do 5K with the kind of mileage or the training that they're doing. 3K seems to be a good speed endurance for a lot of the juniors, and that's often a good pathway leading into the 5,000, and potentially when they're in the mid 15s, closer to 18s, that's where they start tackling the bigger distance. Do you tend to notice any juniors taking on 10,000 that young, although one of the few?
Yeah, no, certainly not 10,000. I'd say they'd be very much reserved for the open age athletes. 10,000 metres on the track's it's
very brutal.
Yeah, it is a brutal event, as we can just see it actually changing the front of the field there. So it's Rory Campbell now of Run Crew who assumes the lead after Maclay Kesby did a lot of that early work in the first half of the race.
That's correct. They're from coming through this particular lap now, I believe they have
3 laps
to go.
Yep.
We're just going to do a quick lap check on what time they have just done the last splits. We have about 84 on my clock, on my watch. That's a fairly respectable time. And just coming through as well, we have Benjamin Long, who's still holding his third spot, just right behind.
I need you to put something over both cameras to protect them from the rain as soon as you can. So one of our young athletes coming into shot, that's Gerard Wright-Smith.
And of course,
from Essex West.
Right behind him
Tony
is
Baldy, isn't it?
That's
yeah,
right.
So Tony, a very regular racer for Bankstown, a great contributor to that club and also on and off the track. And we've got the Nepean athlete, Joshua Burton, just behind them. Joshua going well in that pack of 4. As we go back to Rory Campbell of Run Crease, is looking better as the race goes on, Keith.
Rory looks like he's really driving a lot harder now. We will be able to just get another splits just to see whether he's working hard. He knows he's coming on to the 800 meters mark. 2 laps to go. Just right past us at the finish line, we have Ron Chabelle from Senior Striders. Ron is also a long-time community runner. As we pan back towards the start line, we should be able to see the leader coming through.
Yep, so we just had the Southern athlete, I think it was Jason Wendt, just go through. He's got probably another lap to go behind Rory Campbell, but Rory has...
It was an 82 lap.
Yep, so he's actually sped up.
That's right.
And we could probably see that in the shot, couldn't we, with those arms really driving through. So I think it's still Macleay Kesby in second with Benjamin Long of Westfields in third. Yep. So we can see a few more of our athletes now just coming in the shot. A young... I think is that Gerard Wright-Smith?
I think that looks like Gerard Wright.
Still, yeah, and Tony Baldy just behind them. Yep, so Camden athlete Matthew Westwood just behind those two, and that was Joshua Burton just going past Matthew there.
Yep,
and coming in on the back there was also Joseph Acklane.
And coming in short right now, just pan away, we have Peter Bryan from Hills District, which is also a club that's been around for a really long time. I believe Hills District. It's a long-established club. Yeah,
Hills, of course, the main coach there, Steve Whelan, does a great job and very strong, particularly the Masters runners, I'd say, and really well supported both over summer and winter. They love their long-distance running on the track and cross-country. But it's Rory Campbell, grimace on the face, but he's going very well. You can see sucking in the big ones here for the Run Crew squad. He will be coming down and receiving his belt lap.
He had the 82 last lap, and let's see what he's clocking at 85. Slightly couple of seconds slower, but still maintaining his right behind. It's Macleay Kesby, still doing well, holding on to the right gap.
Well, we might try and. We're just picking up Benjamin Long of Westfield still here in third, but we might try and get back to the front. Yeah, so we can see that might actually be a very exciting finish, this J race. That gap really closing, and we see Rory Campbell just starting to potentially tie up a bit as Macleay Kesby's got a second wind, and we saw him get past about halfway through this race, but now Rory Campbell finding something again. He's gone again, hasn't he?
He's starting to kick now. The gap is opening up from about 20 to now it's 30 and increasing.
Yeah, he's sold us the dummy, hasn't he? He's just gone on the back straight. Just when Macleay thought he might be a chance of reeling in the Run Crew athlete, he's gone again, and we can see that gap just starting to open up. Yeah, it has. I think Rory's got this one fairly well wrapped up, although Macleay now coming back again. He's coming a little bit wider.
That's really good. Macleay from Kembla Joggers.
This is a yo-yo race as Macleay Kesby and Rory Campbell, as he has a look over the shoulder. Macleay Kesby coming down them on the right, but Rory Campbell holding off. Rory Campbell will take out the J race.
That was a really good kick by both athletes, but
goes straight to the ground.
Macleay Kesby had a really good kick. I think he probably wished he kicked a lot earlier. Coming in short, we have Ron Chabelle also on this last lap.
Bell lap for Ron there, the barefoot runner from Sydney Strides. We've got a great shot there of the tank very much emptied for Rory Campbell from Run Crew. 9:49 for both athletes. Great running there in the first graded race of the night. Benjamin Long of Westfields taking out third in 10:16.
Yeah, that's a really great time from Benjamin. Worked really hard. I think he maintained his spots throughout the whole night.
That was Brock Reed, 10:24 for him, and Jude Lowe. With Jason Wentz got another lap to go. Tony Baldy, that's a great run by Tony. 10:30 for him. And one of our ride athletes, Julian Smith, just finishing in over 10:30, and more of our young juniors coming across. That's Max Spregrozo of Manly, Gerard Wright-Smith of Essex West, and Joshua Burton with
just coming through.
Joseph Akalayan, who are all in that pack together, all around about that 10:45 mark. Matthew Westwood and Peter Byrne from Hills getting under the 11-minute mark.
Yeah, I think that was also Ian Rose, but they just comes through as well.
Yep, Ian Rose, yep. So a host of athletes well under the 11-minute mark.
Very much so. And EJ from Senior Striders on this bell lap.
Well, they're great. And you talk about contributors to the sport. They don't come much better than EJ Davey in terms of rocking up to start lines. I think he won an award with Athletics as New South Wales. We'll touch on that in a second. Cooper Foley from Nepean, 11:25 there, and also Nepean's Lachlan Glasson
from Gosford Little Athletics.
Ron Schwiebel coming down here, we zoom in on the bare feet, the blue bare feet, 11:36 of Ron Schwiebel, and he's happy. Another race done for the Masters athlete. And 21, that's Shane Clubb, isn't he,
from
of
Hills District.
Good run by Shane.
It's certainly a very distinct club uniform. And you have the blue stripe in the middle and yellow on just right the underarm. It's hard to miss. A really great club, well represented today so far.
Jason Went of Southern Districts. He's going to finish just over 12 minutes here for the Southern Club. And yeah, EJ Davey, he did actually receive an award. I think it might have been a service award of some kind a couple of years ago with Athletics New South Wales, purely for doing every event. And when I mean every event, I mean every event.
Yeah.
And it is not limited to running, is limited to
the
nothing.
Throw.
He does no, I remember he always asked the question in the office, can I do the pentathlon and the decathlon on the same day? For those who aren't track and field inclined, that's 15 events in one day. Of course, we unfortunately had to say no last season. We don't want you, well, overexertion.
That's EJ celebrating.
Oh my goodness, there he is. 12.8 for EJ Davey. Absolutely loves it. Right on cue.
Oh, very much. As everyone can really appreciate. What you see is what you get.
Dennis Williams, Santa Claus themselves with the white beard, 12:57.
Yeah.
Well, another one of the Hills District athletes, and this is that might have been. Just might have missed that hip number here.
That was hip number.
I think that might be an additional athlete in this race.
We might have missed that.
Sorry about that.
So our apologies if for those online, for anyone on the club. If you do know what that hip number 24, please do share with us as well.
That's Wayne Cooper on screen there for Athletics East. And EJ David just coming over and reminding us that he ran 13:25. Photo finish not required for his time to be recorded. So Wayne Cooper, the last of our J-race athletes, and a very successful first graded race here of the night.
That was pretty exhilarating.
That was exciting.
Yeah, that was. Suddenly, you can see, I've noticed in this one particular, James, the juniors, the number of juniors.
Brilliant, isn't it?
It's excellent. From Manly Warringah to Glenwood Little Athletics to Campbell Joggers to Essex West, Sutherland District. It's really, really well represented.
Well, you mentioned before, it's a great transition distance from the 1500 to the 3000 metres for the juniors. You quite often hear our high-performing elite athletes. I think we were talking about this with Jess Hull and Morgan McDonald on the stream last year, as we've got... sorry, that was Michael Grogan. So we've just discovered the second sheet under our first one.
Apologies to Hills District Club for not picking up Michael. So well done, Michael. I think it was a fantastic time that you ran through over the 3,000 meters. For those at home, that one that you just saw broadcast was the A race of the Community Athletic New South Wales 3,000 meters championship.
Yeah, so that 3,000 metre distance that we're seeing here tonight, great transition from the 1,500. The 5,000 metres, obviously, again, quite a long 12.5 lap distance for a lot of the juniors. So it is that real bridging gap, 7.5 lap distance. And as Morgan McDonald and Jess Hull mentioned on the stream last year here at the 3K Champs, they really excelled as both of them as juniors, going through the ranks from under 20s to the open age group before they both went off and had, it almost goes without saying, incredible successful NCAA careers, both taking 4 national championship titles in their time in America. But back to the track now for the second of our graded races it will be the men's I race here, 21 starters on the line. Another great range of ages from 11 up to 65, 65, I think.
Yep.
So again, very much like the J race, all walks of life here, or all runners of all different types. That has been quite a hectic start, hasn't it? We're only 3 races down, but I feel like we've been here for a while.
Looking at all the pace tonight, I think I would expect, on social media tonight or even tomorrow, everyone will be posting. Of course, we have just started. They have just started off.
They have. So we might just go through the start list here. 21 starts for the men's I race. From the New South Wales Masters Club, Mark Benny goes in 1. In 2 for Newcastle runners, Corey Everett. In 3 from Sutherland District's Nick Bennett. 4 from UTS North's Paul Traynor. 5 from Randwick Botany is Julian Wiley. 6 from Sydney Strider's Jason McIntosh. 7 from Sutherland, Bryn Darby. 8 from St George, Jacob Pearson. In 9 from New South Wales Masters, Peter Hutton. 10 from Ryde Athletics, Oliver Smith. 11 from Kembla Joggers, Samuel Torley. 12 Essex West, Oliver Ham. 13 from Nowra, Jacob Pepper. 14 from Blacktown, Isaac Beecroft. 15 from Balmain, Leif Ingwerson. 16 from Run Crew, Josh Reed. 17 from Sutherland District's Benjamin Leonard Duzzy. 18 from Kembla Joggers, Dominic Torley. 19 from Hills District, David McEwen. 20 from St George, Alexander Paris. And 21 from Randwick Botany goes Cade Zavent Sanos.
I think we might be missing a few additional. I just spotted a few 22 and 23 bib number as well. So we might check in with our colleagues from the registration team if they have an updated start list that they might be able to feed to us, because we really don't want to miss calling out anyone by just calling the bib number without referencing to their race name. So
yeah, of course, and yeah, I think this start list that we're getting are pretty much up to date. Of course, we can't get all the DNSs. Unfortunately, some athletes just not showing up for whatever reason, but we should have everyone fairly much covered throughout the night. I think we had Alexander Paris of the St George Club get a very quick start there, as we can see field coming through. UTS North's Paul Traynor in the red of UTS North there. 11, that's Will's... updated list. Yes, so no, you very much got us there. That's Richard Sarkis in 22 for Manly Warringah. Richard, of course, the owner and coach of Hooked On Running, feeding very talented junior athletes through to the newly merged Manly Warringah club. A great story there early on in the season with Sydney Pacific and Manly Warringah Little Athletics joining to become one club in Manly Warringah, and Hooked On Running being one of the coaching squads feeding athletes into the Manly Warringah club. So we've got Jerome Dupuy on paparazzi duties there. So yes, Richard Sarkis, the coach there of Manly Warringah in 22. So we might just pan back to the front of the field and have a look
Alexandra
at Paris yep.
and Jacob Pepper from Nora Athletics Club, pretty
Nora
much leading
Athletics,
this nice little big pack. It's quite a big pack, as we say. There's probably a good pack of 12 or 13. Am I right?
Yeah, and this is what we expect of some of the. Well, we're not up to, I guess, the really high grades at the moment, but as the races goes on, as I mentioned, the last race, you'd start to see more of these packs of starting to work together. A bit of an elbow there, nothing sinister obviously, but just a couple of checks there. I think that's Nick Bennett from Sutherland just trying to make his way around. Samuel Torley of Kembla Joggers, one of the many Torley runners in that family, as they went through the first K there quite swiftly. I think it was about 3:10. So we're currently seeing at 9:30 pace for this I race, which is very quick indeed, traditionally for an I race.
Yeah, James, for those who are not familiar with the track race, is it usual for them to bundle up at this time, at this distance of the race, or do you feel as the more elite the race go, they bundle up, or you string out like a longer train?
Well, I mean, I think it's just the natural progression of the seed times and the how fast the athletes are running. Usually when you get up to the sort of the pointier end of the championship B and C races, you just just tend to have more runners in a closer seed time frame or a PB time frame. Of course, with the community runs, we get a whole array of different kinds of athletes. So I think that could probably be the most logical explanation as to why we might see that the field's a little bit more strung out. But as year on year we see evidence of this, we just sort of come to the conclusion that yes, the fields do get more bunched as the races go on throughout the night. So as you mentioned though, a great pack working together with Nick Bennett of Southern Districts on the front at the moment. Then comes Sam Torley from the Kembla Joggers Club, as that pack of 4 is starting to emerge from a larger pack of 12 or 13 working earlier on, as they go through the halfway mark at about 4:45. So right on 9:30 pace for this men's I race.
Yep.
Got Paul Traynor there. We called him out a little bit earlier of UTS North in the red, and Richard Sarkis, the addition to this field of Manly Warringah in 22 with one of our young athletes there. I think that's 16, Josh Reed of Run Crew. Yeah,
just sitting behind Richard. Of course, Richard's a very well-renowned and well-respected coach. Of course, as James just explained, of the newly merged Manly's Warringah's Athletics Club.
We've just had a comment on the stream. Is that you, Buzz? Keith Hong? Yes, it is, Janani. We have the absolute pleasure of welcoming for the very first time into the Athletics New South Wales live stream commentary box, and hopefully not the last, Mr. Buzz Lightyear Keith Hong himself. So Keith will be with us for another 20 minutes or so, covering the community races, which we have done so already, and the lower grade races here tonight at the New South Wales 3K Championships.
Yeah, and of course we have just a change of leaders again, and there was Kembla Joggers representative Samuel Torley, 18 years old, doing well. What time are they on now? James, do you have, I believe that was on Samuel Torley with 3 laps to go.
It was Sam Torley with 3 laps to go, and I've got to say I didn't get that laps,
yep, that's all right.
But they're coming up to the 2K mark very shortly as they move their way up the back straight. So we'll get a 2K mark here, and it's 6:25. So 6:25 through the 2K, just slipping ever so slightly outside of that 9:30 mark. Of course, so we've had to go through in 6:20, but definitely can close in something a little bit quicker to try and get as close to that 9:30 mark as they can.
On screen briefly for a couple of seconds was Julian Wiley from Ranway Botany, looking really smooth there as we pan back towards the leaders of this men's 3,000 meters I race. We might still keep, there's a new change of leader again. It still looks like this initial pack of 12 have now dwindled to a pack of 4.
Yeah, very much a pack of 4 now, isn't it? So we'll just get a look at them. It is Sam Torley leading. That's Essex West Oliver Ham. And we still have Nick Bennett from Sutherland. And sure didn't quite pick up that 4th athlete as some of the other athletes coming through now. So just picking up the lead pack at the moment. So they have now got 700 metres to run.
Yep, it's still Sam Torley from Kembla Joggers still leading the pack. We have Sam Torley.
Oliver Smith, that is, of Ride. So Oliver Smith in the blue, just moving into 2nd spot there. Sam Torley just really working hard here, isn't he, on the front, as Smith just goes around his outside.
And Nick Bennett very much towering over everyone. It almost looks as if Nick is slowly making a move right on the outer edge of lane 1, maybe even closing onto lane 2 now.
Yeah, so it's now Oliver Smith of the Ryde Athletic Centre assuming the lead of this race from Essex West Oliver Ham. Then comes Nick Bennett, the very, very classy Masters runner of Sutherland. Yep. And we've got Grimacing Torley just sitting now in 4th at the back of that pack, and he's going to have to work hard to stay on the back of these 3. But 450 metres to go now in our men's I race as we come into the bell.
And that's Nick Bennett with Samuel Torley, equal bell lap, looking really comfortable as Nick Bennett look as if he's taking over the lead for the last 350 metres to go.
Into the bell lap, there are 8:24 with 300 metres to go. We're looking at all 4 guys looking to go under 10 minutes here, and they'll do so comfortably. It's going to be a very exciting
finish.
It will be. Another exciting finish to the 2nd of our grade races of the New South Wales 3,000 metre championships for 2020. It's now the Essex West athlete of Oliver Ham, and he's gone on. Look at that
there you
turn
go.
of speed of the junior. And now Dominic Tolley finds a second wind, and he's after him. Nick Bennett now just goes out of shot as it's Oliver Ham of Essex West, and he's opened up what looks to be an unassailable lead with 250 minutes to go. Shot out of a cannon he did, and he looks to have the chocolates wrapped up for this men's I race. Good battle for second here between the ride athlete Oliver Smith and Sam Tolley of Kembla Joggers, with Nick Bennett battling on. It looks like Smith has now moved into second, but
certainly,
how good is this by Oliver Ham?
Oliver Ham
comes down to
taking on the race. That's a really very strong finish by Oliver Ham. That's an extremely amazing time, and we have just in second place we have Oliver Smith.
Oliver Smith, so that was Tolley, Sam Tolley in third, and Nick Bennett for Sutherland in fourth. Masters runners here, Mark Benny. That's a good time by Mark, 9:50 for him, and another sub-10 runner in Corey Everett for Newcastle in two. St. George coming across, that was Alexander Paris with their quick start before.
And Isaac Beecroft coming on just right behind him from
all under
Blacktown.
10 minutes. All under 10 minutes, so under 3:20 per kilometre for those athletes. Great running. Sydney Striders here, Jason McIntosh, and they're all starting to cross the line now, aren't they? So just over 10 minutes of these athletes coming through.
There was Paul from UTS North. There's just glimpsed through the finishing line. Of course, round the edge of the screen we have Jacob Pearson with his missable pink heck.
Well, he's listed as St. George there. You might just be missing a uniform. There's David McEwen. That's a good run by Dave.
Dave is a very seasoned distance runner. He's very versatile.
Sub 10:40 there for Dave. For the 65-year-old running 10:38. My goodness.
It's going to put me to shame. To give everyone a bit of context, Dave ran the SMC, the Sydney Marathon Clinic half marathon race just over the weekend. And he's still able to cruise through a sub 90 fairly comfortably at a ripe young age of 65. And coming through the screen on beep number 9 with Peter Hutton of New South Wales Masters.
Peter Hutton, of course, a brilliant athlete back in the day. I think it was about an 8 flat 3K runner in his prime. Great to see him still going around in the graded races here. But how about that finish from Oliver Ham? 70 seconds I got. So they went through an 8:24 in the bell, 9:34 unofficially finished. A 70-second lap for the W in the men's I race. Very impressive.
Made the move at 2:50 to go and picked up the race, picked up the win. Certainly a very exciting I race, and for those who are wondering if that's the I race, what we're going to get for the remaining of the race.
Very, very, very exciting indeed. So 2 grade races done, 2 community races done. We're now moving on to the men's H race next as we pan back towards the start line, and we see another packed start line for this one. 23 athletes in the H race.
Yeah, we are fairly on time. No, we are keeping on track. We haven't varied too much from the low slight gap that we have. But no, for those who are at home, this is the Athletic New South Wales Champion 3,000 meters championship at the Sydney Olympic Park warm-up track. We are now watching the 3,000 meters H race, where all the 23 runners are about to start. They're just being given the race rules briefing. What would the briefing like? What would they be reminded of?
Just stay behind the line. Please don't false start. It's a 3K. all the usual things you could probably imagine at the start line. But we see Murray Gordon there, the official in the jacket. Murray's a brilliant study. It comes to basically everything we do. And of course, the officials here, the New South Wales officials. You talk about, and again, we've talked about contributing to sport a couple of times already on the stream. None more so than the officials who make these events possible and make qualifying performances possible as well for all the juniors we have here tonight. Try and qualify for, we hope, a Nationals in 2021. All things going well, of course, with how the world is going at the moment. Away in the men's H race, 23 starters for this one, and Keith Hong will take us through the start list.
On 1, Paul Raptis, Idris Bukhtar, number 2, Masato Mori, Sydney Athletics on 3, Joel Harlow, Victory Runners on 4, Daniel Williams, Independent on number 5, Callum Forato, Ranwy Botany on 6, William Collinson, Senior Striders on 7, Mohammed Haig from Bankstown, Nate Ward, Kotara South on 9, Sam Golden, Manly Warrior Athletics, Will Sork, the Scots College on 11, James Costello, Athletic East on 12, Joshua Engel from Kembla Joggers on 13, Flynn Simpson, Sydney Athletics Academy on 14, Maximus Booth Meritons as independent athlete, Aaron Houston, Orange Athletics, Andrew Kelly, Hills District on 17, Ben Maloney, Trinity Athletics Club on 18, Joshua Lubecki, Balmain Athletics Club on 19, Benjamin Napier, Camden Athletics, Paul Arthur on 21 on St. George, Lucas Grimmer, 22 from Camden Athletics Club, and Wayne Bullock from Bankstown on 23. A really exciting race, James.
Yeah, a really exciting one, and I'll tell you what, a 27-second first 200. Who's that from Trinity? Ben Maloney, a 14-year-old, has gone out in 27 seconds. I wonder if he's going to pay for that shortly. Or we really hope he doesn't, but hopefully, again, we've seen some quick starts early on, have settled into a respectable pace, and we hopefully will see Ben do that shortly as well. But Trinity Athletics currently leading through the 600 in 1:39. It's just started to slow up here. One of the Scots athletes sits in second at the moment as we look at our start list. Will Sork. Will Sork, the 15-year-old Will Sork, sitting in second. As we've got Camden also sitting in third at the moment. That's Benjamin Napier. So it's currently Maloney from Trinity from Sork, and then Napier. So they're the top three, as Maloney's gone out incredibly quick. Yeah. And is now just settling into... Well, now this looks like a fairly respectable pace. He's sort of shot like a bullet, really brought back, and now just settling into his rhythm. So hopefully that quick start doesn't affect him too much.
And of course, there was leading the race is Ben Maloney from Trinity. And of course, a name to note, Paul Arthur from St. George. Where do you find the name familiar? Just to... share with the audience live. Thanks, Sean, for reminding me that's Paul.
Yeah, Paul is he's great on social media, isn't he, Paul? He always posts these fabulous photos. Now, of course, Paul was an incredibly classy runner back in his day as well, keeping up with the likes of Steve Monaghetti, Pat Carroll, Rob De Castella, often front pack images of him in various road races around Australia with those incredibly well-known names around distance circles in Australia, and great to see the Masters athlete taking part once again here in the famous red and white stripes of St. George. Now, did we get a case split there for Maloney? I didn't, but I'm going to say it was around about it's pretty close to 3 minutes, to be honest.
It was pretty close to 3 minutes. I had 83 on that most recent lap. He's still maintaining fairly well with on the spot, Ben, and of course right behind Ben we have Will Sork from Scots. It's not quite within the screen here, but right here out on the track, he's probably about 55-60 meters. So I have to say Ben is maintaining a really good distance. Thank you to our crew for panning away to get a better angle. You can see the gap there. It hasn't really changed much. It's a fairly good gap that the Ben is maintaining. So that's Ben from Trinity Athletics.
Yeah, just some ground being making up now by the Scots athlete in Will Sork as Maloney starts to come back to the rest of the field after a blistering start. You can just see those those lips now starting to starting
to bite.
Yeah, you can see that. You can always see the oxygen being taken in, can't you? It's a 4 laps to go in the 3K if you're not feeling great.
74 seconds left for Benjamin, which is extremely respectable. It's still maintaining well. He had a few good 80s and really starting to pick up with 74. So
okay, all right. Well, good to see. Yeah, like I said, it'll be interesting to see the second half of this race as it pans out, but still maintaining that gap, as you said, back to Sork in second. And we got Camden athlete in Benjamin Napier in third. We can just pick up hip number 5 there. Yes, that's Daniel Williams, the independent athlete. And Just being hid there. That's 15. 15. There's Maximus Booth. Maximus Booth Martinez.
That's Benjamin running along with Maximus.
Yeah, two independent athletes. Don't see that too often. The two plain white singlets going together.
If there's anyone online that know if Benjamin or Maximus who to run with, or if there's local club, we'll love to know. So please leave your message live in the comment box, which we are broadcasting live, of course, right here from the Sydney Olympic Park Athletics track. A quick thank you to Lauren Reed, who's running tonight, who just dropped James and myself some chocolates and Nutella. So big thank you.
That's a bit of an inside joke with Lauren. Now I met. So we were talking prior to this meet, and she asked me, "Are you just doing a live stream for the 3K?"
Yep.
And I said, "Well, fortunately for me, I get to experience a little bit more of track and field athletics beforehand." So she said, "Oh, look, I'll come and give you some."
Yeah, well, I believe there's a change of lead.
Sorry, let's keep my stories for later on.
Thanks, Stan,
back to the
for
race.
keeping us on track. back to the race and less on the chocolate. So change of lead. James, you want to take us through who just had a change of lead,
so
please?
that's the Scots College athlete Will Sork. So we saw Will just closing that gap before, and now he's starting to leave behind Maloney of Trinity Athletics after that very quick start of the green and white. So Sork has been very respectful in his pacing duties here and is moving quite well. Starting to leave the rest of the field in his wake. Back to Maloney in second, and he's now getting picked up by one of the independent athletes there.
I'm trying to pick up who's right behind.
I think that's 15. Maximus Booth Martinez now just moving up to the shoulder of Maloney. And there's a big gap now starting to form behind them, isn't there? We can see the athlete there in 9. That's Nate Ward of Katara South. And, of course, Katara South featuring very prominently in our cross-country championships a little earlier this year. And Sork through with 2 laps to go now, Scots, and is the independent now. Maximus Booth Martinez moves to second with... I think it might be, I think Ben Malay, just starting to slip back to 4th now.
Right, James, I had Sork through 2 laps at 7, probably just past over 7 minutes, so probably just a shy at 6:59.
Yeah, so he's moving well, isn't he? So he's going to be around about probably that 9:35, 9:40 mark at the moment with... Now that's 13. That's Joshua Engel of the Kembla Joggers Club. So Joshua Engel currently sitting in second on the front of Maximus in third. Then we go down to the Katara South athlete Nate Ward, who's sitting in 4th, just behind Booth Martinez. And that's Jimmy Costello of Athletics East, just moving his way up. He's been a bit of a quiet one this race so far, but as we see so often, Athletics East feature prominently at the end of races. Peter and Iris Good run a very good stable of athletes there. Certainly know how to race 3,000 metres. We see so many of them year on year at these championships. But it is Will Sork from Scots College coming down to get the bell up. So he's 8:20 through the bell. As I mentioned about that, 79 seconds. So be looking around about that 9:40, just under that 9:40 mark. It's going to be a very good race here for second. And Jimmy Costello just picked up his gate there at the bell. So we'll see how Jimmy Costello fares, and I tell you what, here he comes, the Athletics East athlete. They know how to run a race, these purple, white and green athletes, and he's absolutely gone, hasn't he?
I think he's really going to pick up. Jimmy have had some challenges of injuries early part of this year, but I think the last few months he has really worked with the team from Athletic East, leading by Pete, to pick up. And of course, it looks like it's not holding him back as he comes to the 150 mark, and no one even close behind him. He's now approaching with about 120, 110 to go.
He's not going to be too far away from 9:30. Here is Jimmy. It's a brilliant run by him. He's just going to be just shy of 9:30, but what a fabulous last lap. Hopefully we can get a closing lap split on this one.
You can see he's grimacing there. He's driving really hard. He's
going to be just outside that 9:30, isn't he? Good battle for second. Sork and Kembla Joggers Joshua Engel.
I think he just got 9:30.
Sork hangs on for second, Engel in third, with the independent athlete in Williams in 4th as the rest of the field starts to come across the line. Also, Mohammed Hage from Bankstown featuring well up there, and also it was Booth Martinez, the independent athlete, also there. A whole bunch of them just came across. There's Maloney just coming across there in 9:50, and they're all, well, we mentioned them starting to bunch up in terms of their times, and we're getting some evidence right now.
I want to thank online audience, Carly Swanson, who just reminded us Daniel Williams in a white shirt runs for Retro Tri Club in Coffs Harbour. So a long way down. So thank you, Carly, reminding us Daniel Williams, the independent which we're referring to, is from Coffs Harbour. And coming on screen now, we have another junior.
That's Idris Burkhard of Cherrybrook, one of the many Cherrybrook athletes that you'll see Turk Park, not in just the New South Wales 3K, but all Athletics New South Wales events. A great club in New South Wales in Cherrybrook, and that has rounded out the H race.
You can
another exciting one.
I think you, from all the audience now looking at the camera, it's all exhausted on the ground.
Who's that on the ground? That's one of the Sydney Athletics Academy athletes.
That's correct.
Is it Joel Solomon, maybe?
That's right.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong start list. Sydney Athletics Academy. Sorry, Masato Mori, that was.
Yeah.
We just got a great shot of him. Was slightly exhausted, one would say. Flynn Simpson also there, his compatriot on the ground. But great. Another great race with many juniors. And of course, you know, these events are just so well participated. I can't understate how proud we are to not only be delivering these, but how well supported these meets are. As we're now moving on to the G race.
The G race
shortly.
For Nate, who just finished the previous race, I was just told that was a PB. So well done, and a great run by Paul Arthur. And of course, a breaking 10 Will Striders, the club that I belong to, Striders and Delta. So
that's great.
Fantastic.
Very good.
All right, what do we have on now, James, for our next race?
Yeah, we've got the G race now, and just a note on PBs. It is a fantastic opportunity to run a 3K PB. 3K not often run on the roads, so you can get yourself down. If you missed out on tonight, you can get yourself down to one of the Milers Club meets. We'll be promoting in distance running in New South Wales in the not too distant future, and get yourself down and get yourself going around the super fast terrain, which is the synthetic tracks around New South Wales that will be co-delivering those meets with clubs around New South Wales. Yes, the G race next. I'll stop yammering on and get myself to this start list. 22 in this one, and might start going through it now. And 1 from Westfields goes Lachlan Baptist, 2 from Armidale Caleb Betterson, 3 from Kembla Joggers Lachlan Haining, 4 from Ride Athletics Ashton Hanna, 5 from Essex West Trent Bird, 6 probably for the first time ever we'd see him in a G race, Russ Desai Chin from Sydney Uni as they're off. I hope you got that start. You did. Yep. Excellent. Damien Simpson from Run Crew in 7. Ben Strakerson from Delta Running Project in 8. No, I've just been given a new start list, so let's go through this one instead. In 1, Rob Westfields, apologies about that. We've just been handed a new list. In 1 from Westfields, Lachlan Baptist. 2 from Armidale, Caleb Besson. 3 from Kembla Joggers, Lachlan Haining. 4 from Ride Athletics, Ashton Hanna. 5 from Essex West Trent Bird. 6 from Sydney University, Russ Desai Chin. 7 from Run Crew, Damien Simpson. 8 from Delta Running Project, Ben Strakerson. In 9 Hills Districts, Devon Depler. 10 from Run Crew, Trent Alley. 11 from UTS North, William Coleman and his compatriot in the red. In 12 from UTS, Ethan McKenzie. 13 from Sydney Athletics Academy, Billy Mulville. 14 from Southern Districts, Josiah Lowe. 15 from Sydney Athletics Academy, Joel Solomon. 16 from Randwick Botany, Cameron Mee. 17 from Randwick Botany, Hugo Morgan. 18 from Bankstown Sports, Will Hayden. 19 from Balmain Athletics, Will Cheshire. 20 from Run Crew, Sam Strutt. 21 from Run Crew, Matthew McGurr. 22 from Randwick Botany, Matthew Radvin. And 23 from Bankstown goes Jai Holland.
And leading the pack, we have Ben Strakelson, who came through 200 he went through the 400 mark first lap at 63. So it was a slight sprint when they started off in the 200, but he went through at 6:30 and 63. Of course, Ben has just realized that the pace was a little bit too hot. It's now with a new leader, and that's hip number 2 from Caleb Betterson, I believe, from Armidale.
Caleb Betterson, Armidale, a great club based in the northern regions of New South Wales. Very much run by the man who does it all up there, Jay Stone. So great to see one of the Armidale athletes featuring in the G race here.
Yeah.
We've also got one of the UTS
I think
North
I
athletes.
bought it there. That's Ethan McKenzie. I believe he's currently now in 3rd place, just sitting behind. So we're just trying to get the camera panned just right behind him.
Lachlan Haining of Kembla Joggers in hip number 3, sitting in 3rd at the moment from Josiah Lowe in 4th. Then we come down to Jai Holland in 5th, and the last one that chase packs his compatriot.
I believe that's his Matthew Radvin. Am I correct?
I think it might be Will Hayden from Bankstown. Yeah, so that's our front 6 at the moment. We'll start to sort themselves out. Well, actually, no, sorry, it's not front pack of 6. It's a big pack at the moment of about 11 or 12, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, so they're strung out quite early on now. Ben Streckerson from Delta, who was sitting on that quite early, has just dropped back now to take up the rear of the front pack.
Yeah.
But really strung out. The pace is pretty decent at the moment. They're going to be coming down to the 1K mark.
We have them the 1K mark now, just at the 3 minute on the spot.
Yeah, three flat. So 9-minute pace for this G race. Very much moving for a G race is 9-minute pace. So it's UTS Norths leading this one with Ethan McKenzie. From Kembla Joggers, Lachlan Haining sitting in 2nd, and Josiah Lowe of Sutherland in 3rd at the moment, with the Armidales, Caleb Bereson sitting in 4th. 2 Bankstown athletes, Will Hayden and Jai Holland, 5th and 6th. Now, just looking back to 7th, that's Ashton Hanna of Ryde. And another UTS North athlete, that might be Will Coleman sitting in 8th at the moment.
And then we have 2 Sydney Athletics Academy.
Billy Mulville and Joel Solomon.
Yeah.
So, looks like it's probably, now it's down to 10 now. We can see an obvious gap back to one of our Westfields athletes there. That's Lachlan Baptist. So, looks like it's the front pack of 10, but all still very much there at the moment. Yeah, it's Baptist in 11th spot, one of our run crew athletes. And you can see the yellow headband, Russ Desai Chin, just sitting mid-pack there as well. Russ, a fantastic runner for a long time.
Somebody making a move for the leader now. That's hip number 14, Jessalo, who was in the 3rd place. Now he decided to just sit behind. Probably it's just a little bit too early. We now have just 4 laps.
77 through that lap. So they're still pretty much on that 9 flat, maybe just 9 low pace at the moment, or 9 very low. With Josiah Lowe just sitting behind the UTS athlete Ethan McKenzie. So a bit of he's just jumped out there, hasn't he? Yeah, so I think McKenzie just slowed down a little, and there's a couple of moves now happening on the back straight. That's Lachlan Haining of Kembla Joggers now just slipping into 2nd, and Caleb Bereson of Armidale. Just a bit of a check there. Yeah, so you don't want to slop too much in these situations, do you? Because you don't want anyone going over, particularly at this stage of the race.
It's very much so to do a move like that. You're just exerting a lot of energy. Making a move, you start shifting to your right, checking your runners on your left and right, not hitting your foot on the gutter. It's certainly not an easy move to overtake, and we obviously can see now. Still the same 3, still the same 4.
Yep, McKenzie from Lowe, and then Bereson. So Bereson's now just moved into 3rd, and now there's a bit of a gap back to Haining in 4th from Kembla Joggers. So these 3 starting to move away. That's 1,800 metres with 3 laps to go in this men's G race.
Yeah, I think we had them across about 5:34-ish.
Yeah, so another 77 there. So just operating around this 77-second pace, or around about 9:08, 9:10 pace at the moment for 3K.
And of course, now
definite front pack of 3 now.
And they have certainly picked up the pace now. Probably just as they pass through with 3 laps to go, we can really see the 77. We are probably looking at the next one will probably be close to 77, probably down to 76. It's certainly not unusual as the grading of the race progressed through the night. It's not unusual for these athletes to pick up a second or half a second as they progress through each lap. We're going to have the pack of the pack of 10 is now a pack of 3, James.
Yeah, it is. There's that gap back to that chase pack of 6 or 7 now, and we're getting a beautiful shot of them on our main camera. Brian Norton picking up this G race. Sam Strutt of Run Crew. Now, Sam Strutt was A great runner back with Randwick Botany in the day. Moved to Melbourne, working down there for a few years. So it's great to see Sam Strutt back on the track, and I'm sure there's a few of his friends and compatriots watching him as he goes around, and he's going well in this one. But we pan back to that front three at the moment.
Ethan Mackenzie and the first four, Low on the second, and of course Batterson on third.
Yeah, great. So good race starting to come about here as now Josiah Lowe from Sutherland makes an early move. It's stamped out though by Mackenzie, so Josiah wanted to get to the front, didn't he? But no, it's stamped out. Just like a foot on a ember.
There were a couple of times Lowe has made a couple of moves. He really wanted to check. I think it was kept in place by a couple of his fellow compatriots right now on the track. That was almost 400 meters ago. Now he's still making moves. It looks like he might still have quite a bit on his tank. So Caroline Yarley online now to his low 72 seconds. You are right. So thank you for correcting us on that.
So back to the front three here. It's Mackenzie from Lowe and then Bedderson, and they're going to come down to receive this bell lap. These front three have been working together for the last 2 laps, but now it's all for themselves. Josiah Lowe now mounting another attack on Mackenzie. Is he going to get past him this time? Mackenzie kicks again. Bedderson needs to hold on to these two if he wants to stay in contention, but Mackenzie with 300 to go. Lower stride behind him, and now Bedderson makes his way up. So very much a race of 3 here for the men's G race at the New South Wales 3,000 metre champions. Just passing some lap runners there, but Bedderson now moving past the shoulder of Lowe as Lowe starts to fall back. It's Mackenzie and Bedderson. It's UTS North versus Armidale. 200 metres to go. 8:45 on the clock. Mackenzie has led for much of this race, but now Bedderson making a late charge for the Armidale Club based 6 hours north of New South Wales, makes the trip down, tries to make the trip around the shoulder of Mackenzie. Mackenzie holding him off. It's side by side, 80 metres to go. Mackenzie of North, Bedderson of Armidale. Bedderson goes for home. Mackenzie coming back. It's going to be a photo finish here. Mackenzie gets him just. How good is that? 9:12. Mackenzie of UTS North over Bedderson of Armidale, and great race for third there as well. Coming home late was William Coleman, making it a 1-3 for Norths.
That's the closest finish we have seen throughout the whole night. Barely by. It's almost a photo finish, but not quite.
There's Russ Desai Ching coming across the line there, about 9:32 for Russ. And also Cameron Mee of Randwick Botany just behind him. And we've got a brilliant. This is Will Cheshire now. I know Will loves that, doesn't he? 9:42 as he crosses the line. Run Cruz Young, Trent Alley, 9:44. And Will Cheshire, a lot of people following him on the stream as well. Must be thrilled with that.
Yeah, and Hugo Morgan, who just finished, just snuck under 10. And of course we have, and that's hip number, I believe, I missed it, William Coleman. And of course you have another juniors from
Randwick Botany. That's Matthew Radvin, young Matthew, coming across the line there, about 10:10. And Ben Strakerson, I think it was the early leader, wasn't he? About 10:15 for the Delta running project.
I think that's still a good PB for Ben. I think he was really hoping to pick up under.
And Keith, I'm very sorry to say, but you've outstayed your welcome by 9. No, I'm joking. Mate, thank you so much. It's been absolutely wonderful to have you on the call. Thank you for your insights on the community running in New South Wales. And please don't make this the last time you're on the stream. You're more than welcome. Thanks for the invite.
Thanks to everyone who contributed. Continue to comment on the Athlete New South Wales 3,000 meters championship. Stay tuned to the rest of the night. I'm going to hand over to another amazing person, which I'll let James introduce. Her, a quality athlete, but certainly great commentator. So thanks to you, James. Thanks everyone, and over to you, James.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keith Buzz Hong. And I have the absolute pleasure of welcoming into the commentary box again for the very first time, Jayla Hancock Cameron, 2018 Youth Silver Medalist, and one of our more phenomenally talented juniors in New South Wales. Jayla, welcome to this live stream.
Oh, thank you.
Now, Jayla, you ran the 800 earlier today, 2:06.9 from the live results, only 7/10 outside your PB.
Yeah, so close.
You must be pretty happy with that this early.
For the third race back of the season, it's pretty good. So, yeah, just slowly chipping away. Hopefully get a PB this season would be nice.
Perfect. And how is your season shaping up? Of course, so much uncertainty recently for obvious reasons, but your training, you must have been doing a lot of miles or a lot of quality miles down in the South Coast with Ondo?
Yeah, so we clocked up a fair few miles during the COVID period, training by ourselves. So it gave us a good opportunity to do the large miles, and then now we're just focusing a bit. We're cutting it down a little bit more, and training's going well. So it's good.
Fantastic. And of course, you've been to a couple of these grassroots milers meets that we've put on. How are you finding racing at those milers meets versus Interclub, and then obviously at state championship meets?
It just ranges from different competition, really. So, it's been good because I dropped 3 seconds from the last one. So, obviously, there was a bit more competition at this one than there was at the last week's milers. So, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Awesome. And we're just about to get underway with the men's F race shortly. Goals for 2021, and I can see I think Ondo wants to take the microphone off you very shortly. I might ask one last question. In terms of where your season's going to go from here now, assuming everything goes ahead, track classics, nationals, all those sort of things. What are your main goals coming up over the next few months?
Well, mainly just to get my times down as low as possible, because I don't really know what's happening this season, with competitions and everything, because everything's so uncertain. So, just kind of aim for quicker times and everything. So,
fantastic. And we'll see you a little bit later in the 3,000 metre B race for the women. I think you're, for some reason, doing a 3,000 metre tempo. Not that I would ever choose to do that, but you obviously a much higher quality athlete than I am. What sort of time are you looking for that B race?
I think for the first part, we're aiming for about 9:55 pace, and then we're just trying to. I think the last 1K we're going a bit quicker, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, see how the legs hold up.
Perfect. I might just grab Ondo before this F race gets underway. If you want to jump in, Ondo. Sorry, we're limited to 2 headsets tonight. Ondo, the coach of the fabulous Limitless track team based down in the south coast of New South Wales. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Yeah.
Ondo, we heard as we're underway for the F race, we'll go through the fields very shortly. As Jayla said, a lot of base miles happening over that COVID period now starting to sharpen up for the track season. What's been your perspective as a coach over the last few months?
Just to try to get them a bit faster without getting injured, and slowly moving them across to the speed work from the kilometres. Because my daughter often used to get injured coming from the distance across, so we've been doing it slowly, but using the races as speed. Yeah,
perfect. Yeah. And you have so many athletes with Bankstown who travel so often for these meets. Do you ever find the travel plays any disadvantage to coming to the meets?
We've been really good with Bankstown helping us out, so we've been coming up the nights before, where we usually used to come up on the day. If they come up on the day, they usually struggle with running good times, but if they come up the night before, they run well.
Yeah, fantastic. And how have you seen the progression for your girls? Because you've had quite a few of them for quite a number of years now, and they, I do follow Limitless on Instagram. I just see about 8 PBs every time you post race. Talk about the progression. How proud you are of the girls coming through the junior ranks.
Yeah, I've got a lot of girls that have come from other sports, horse riding, soccer, surfing and stuff, and they've come across and never run before, and I find them at the school meets and bring them through, and they're running really well. They're coming through. I've got a few that are under 220s for the 800 this season, and it's good. They're all. I've had a lot of them, mostly around 4 years now.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
As a coach looking to this season, and Jayla mentioned the uncertainty around what may be run and what may not be run.
Yeah.
How do you structure a program around that uncertainty?
We just treat it like it's on. Yeah.
Yep.
And if it's on, it's on. If it's not, well, we're trying to get PBs through the season and have a good season leading into next season.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
We treat it like, it's going to be there. Yeah. Because you don't know, it might be on. So, yeah, no, and she wants to get some PBs this season, so, like, finish off. Because last season she had a few injuries. So, yeah.
Yep.
It's, no, we're treating it though it's on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Girls running here at the 3K tonight. Have you got many taken to the
I've
track?
got 2 girls in the B race,
Yep.
Lily and Shane,
Yep.
and I've got a few in the C race.
Yeah, fantastic.
And I've got a boy in the C race that I'm hoping to do well.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
a lot of them are correspondence kids as well. Yeah.
Fantastic,
Yeah.
fantastic. How, and actually, just on that point, how do you find coaching via correspondence in terms of the difference between in person? Do you find there's any additional challenges with correspondence? Obviously, not the face-to-face that you would get with the usual squad.
If they are pulling up sore or something, they give me a call, but we're best just to pull the session. And I actually have quite a good relationship with correspondence because we message every day and you get to know them quite well through correspondence. Yeah. No, it's good. There's a lot of communications involved though.
Yeah, brilliant,
Yeah,
brilliant.
yeah.
Of course, so much going online now in 2020. Have you found any additional athletes have decided to go online with you in the past few months?
No. They're all I've had them for about 2 years. I've got a new girl, Layla, from Wagga. She started with me probably about 6 months ago, but they're all been with me a few years. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And what's your view, I guess, from the coaching world, and a lot of people wouldn't know the little idiosyncrasies that are involved with training high-performing junior girls. What are some of the major things you've seen with your own coaching through the past few years that you think are so key into developing those girls?
Trying to keep them in the sport.
Yep.
When they're about 15 to 18 is when they pull out. Trying to keep them not injuring them, because if they get injured, that's when. Yeah, I mean, some of them do get injured no matter what, but trying to keep them motivated when they're injured and keeping them through. Jayla's been good example, she's 18 and she's still keen. Not running the same races or trying to run different races and keep them motivated. Through the young ages.
Fantastic. We might just go back to the race now. We're about almost 5 minutes through this one, so we'll just call the last 4 minutes of the race. We might just continue that chat in a second. I might just run through the list actually. 22 starters. So in 1 for UTS North, Matt North. 2 from Blue Mountains, Thomas Murphy. 3 from Athletics East, Peter Sweeney. 4 from Run Crew, Lockie Brown. 5 from Manly Warringah, Liam O'Brien. 6 from Randwick Botany, Brodie Elborn. 7 from Run Crew, Andy Coleman, and his compatriot Run Crew, Harry Helene. In 8, we saw her mum Rebecca go around in one of the early community races. In 9 from the Kings, Oscar Bukoviczynski. In 10 from Campbell Joggers, Joel Offord. 11 Newcastle runners, Will Davies. 12 from Gosford Little A's, Ryan McKendrick. 13 is the independent athlete Keelan Bryan. 14 from Run Crew, Cameron Burnett. 15 from Campbelltown, Daniel Peters. 16 from Newcastle, Braden Everett. 17 Bankstown Sports, Hayden Brown. 18 Southland Districts, Andrew Cross. 19 from Randwick Botany, Billy Zavansanos. 20 from Delta Running Project, Ian Johnston. 21 from Illawong Reesby, Miles Carson. And 22 from Essex West is Earl O'Brien. And just having a look at the front of the field there, it's 17 Hayden Brown who's taking up the running in this one. And I think we might be coming up to the 2 kilometre mark, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we are. So these guys have been operating around 9 low pace again. So we saw similar pacing in the G race as we are now in the F race. And they're going through in about 6:05 I've got on my watch. So Hayden Brown from one of our Kembla Joggers juniors there. I think that might be... I might just grab his number as he comes round. But big pack of athletes in contention in this one. Slightly different to the previous races. So that's 10 and Joel Offord. So Joel Offord, part of that Offord clan down based in Wollongong. And also 21 here is Miles Carson, Illawong Reesby Jr. Now he just moves up into second. Now comes Brodie Elborn, another talented junior from Randwick Botany. He's just seeing 4th in the run from his compatriot Billy Zavansos from Randwick Botany in 5th. 2 laps to go in this men's F race, and they're through with 2 laps in about 6:44. So Hayden Brown now looks to stretch this field out from Miles Carson, who's sticking with them in second from Illawong Greasby. These two starting to open up a bit of a gap to what's now quickly becoming a chase pack. But there's 16 there, and that is the Randwick Botany athlete coming through now. Billy Zavansos. So Zavansos just making a bit of a move and makes his way into third. But you can see the huge number of runners lined up behind him, all within contention with 600 metres to go in this one. But it's Brown and Carson just a few strides ahead of the rest of the field. Now comes, so that is Billy Zavansos in 19. So he's now just moving past the shoulder of Brody Elborn, that was from Randwick Botany, with 500 metres to go in this one. Offered of Kembla Joggers, that's Joel. He comes through on the outside now as well. And it's the Sutherland athlete just sitting behind them, and that's Andrew Cross. So they come down to the bell in 8 flat. It's Hayden Brown from Carson and a host of runners behind him. Moves now being made from Braden Everett of Newcastle Runners. He moves now into third and starts to go after the first 2 in the run. It looks now to be between these 3 with the placings. It's the Bankstown athlete Brown from Carson and Everett. With 2:50 to go, Brown starts to make his move. Carson still within a couple of strides, and then comes Everett. It's Brown holding him bay at the moment. 200 in the run, 8:34 on the clock. Hayden Brown's done a lot of work in this race, and he looks to finish it off in style. Carson now just drifting a little bit, and just coming into the shot now is Everett. So Brown coming into the home straight, looks to have this one wrapped up now. About 15 metres back to Carson. It's going to be a big effort from Everett if he can get into third. Also a good run there by the Run Crew athlete in Cameron Burnett in fourth. He's come home late, but it's Hayden Brown for the Bankstown Sports Club just outside minutes. 9:04 for him, and Everett comes through for second, just over Carson for second, and Carson in third. Run Crew's Cameron Burnett in fourth, and that was a quick finish by Peter Sweeney of Athletics East to round out the top 5. All under 9:10 in this men's F race. Another exciting one on the cards tonight.
Does it so well.
So another couple of athletes coming through here. This is a good finish by Campbelltown. That's Daniel Peters, and also the Blue Mountains athletes Thomas Murphy. They're both through in about 9:40. It looks like that is done and dusted for the F race. And we move on to our first women's graded race of the night. Thank you for your patience, Onday.
Yeah, that's all right.
Good race there. Have you thought of the New South Wales 3K champs as a one for the diary? Is it one that you sort of target with your squad year on year?
Yeah, the distance runners, they love this race each year, and even the ones, I just had a few boys that were 800 runners just ran the 3K just then. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
that's great. Oh, so sorry, did you have someone in that race? Sorry?
No, the race before, I had 2 young boys.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, they ran the 800 and now just backed up for the 3K.
Brilliant. How do you find that backing up? I could probably ask Jayla the same question in terms of the athlete's expectation. If they're running at 8 and then they might have a PB that they feel like they can nail. How do you feel that when they're on the start line, is there any sort of mental or physical fatigue that they have to battle as well as running a 3K?
No, I think they're just really relaxed just to get out and run and see how they go. And young Will was happy he beat Jayla's time in the race before.
Oh no!
He looked over and let her know straight away.
Fantastic! I love that. That's great. Some intra-squad rivalry there.
Banter.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
He's 13.
Yeah, he's only 13.
13 years young as well.
Yeah.
I might just make sure I get the start of this women's race, and then we'll continue our chat shortly as we can just see
I think
Murray.
I've got a few in this one.
Excellent.
Bailey
You want
and
just
Ella, yeah.
There we go. Bailey Holland, yes.
Yeah, they did the
Bailey.
800 this morning as well.
And Ella Caluso. Yeah, fantastic. Excellent.
Yeah.
We might keep you on air to talk us through Ella and Bailey's races as well.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's a lot in each race. 20.
Yeah, there is, isn't there? I mean, we usually, in terms of the number of athletes, and again, with those bunch packs, and we saw in that last race, there was about 14 or 15 in contention. You ever worried in terms of athletes getting checked, or is that something that you talk to them about, like that race practice?
Oh, they practice that at training. There's a lot of pushing and shoving going on at training. I say to him, be rough.
Yeah. Jalen, I assume that applies to you as well, particularly in cutting into the balls at the 800s.
No, we practice that at training. Yeah.
Fantastic. That's great.
No,
okay.
They have a bit of fun
Girls
with it.
Are away for the first women's race. This is the E-race of the New South Wales Championships, and we'll go through the start list here. Hills District, Charlotte Blythe in 1, Chloe Grogan of Hills in 2, Westfield's Ciara Casillas in 3, Run Crew's Caitlin Bell in 4, Sydney Stride's Ashling Gainsford in 5, Sydney Athletics Academy Edie Pickard in 6, Manly Warringah's Heather Vrackliotis in 7, Athletics East Sally Hanna in 8, Run Crew's Neve Moran 9, the first of Ondays athletes in 10, Ella Calusa of Bankstown Sports, 11 Westfield's Isabella Mook, 12 from South Sydney Stephanie Baxter, 13 from Mossman Imogen Howard, 14 from Bankstown Sports Bailey Holland, the second of your athletes on day, 15 from UTS North Caitlin Tan, 16 Essex West Sienna Scale, 17 Run Crews Layla Sharp, 18 Run Crews Mabel Dukes, 19 Genevieve Jansen Van Rensburg from Essex West in 19, and Deborah Duran and UTS North in 20. And Olivia Seville joins us from Athletics Wollongong in 21 as well. Ella and Bailey, what will they be looking for tonight on day, and what will prevent them from doing extra laps at training next week?
Just running smart and just going out and having a good solid run. Bailey's just started up a junior squad down the south coast in Ulladulla, and she's got a whole heap of young ones coming through, developing them.
Oh, brilliant! So Bailey's 17 years old, and so she's got her own squad.
Yeah, she had a 12-year-old today. She's only done a third 800 ever, ran a 2:17.
Oh, wow.
So,
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, she's got a few good ones coming through down there.
Oh, that's brilliant. Brilliant to see that. And we can see quite early on, that's Ella Caluso, isn't it? Just leading that chase back. I think we've got Ciara Casillas of Westfields up the front. And also one of the Mossman athletes, I think they're Imogen Howard with 13. A bit of a pack developing behind her. So,
yeah, Ella's been with me since she was 9 years old. Yeah.
Yeah, so Ella Caluso, 13 now, so 4 years.
4 years, yeah. She was only a baby, or she's still only young.
They grow up so quick.
Yeah, she's growing up now. Yeah, no, she's going really well.
J-Lo, I might just get you on for a second, if that's okay. Oh, yes. I just wanted to talk through, in terms of what these training sessions look from an athlete's point of view under Onday. What would that typical session look for you, and I guess working with the girls in your squad?
So all sessions really vary. So some are more speed based compared to distance, but a distance. Well, we never go over. I think the longest rep we'd ever do is probably 2K. Yep. Yeah, and it's usually set out with tempo stuff, and then a bit quicker, and then some tempo, and then some quick stuff, and then some tempo again. Yeah, so he kind of flushes out the lactic and everything after the faster rep, and then,
Is that to somewhat mimic championship racing as well, and those tactics that can come into like quick start followed by a sort of slow lap and then quickening up towards the rest of the race? Is that sort of the mindset as you go through training sessions like that?
Yeah, so it sort of gets us ready for a race. So, and plus races go whatever way, because they always change all the time, so it kind of gets you ready for anything pretty much. Yeah,
beautiful. In terms of training partners, talk us through, is there any, we heard about Will being a 3K time earlier. Is there any of that intra-squad rivalry that comes up every now and then?
Yeah, I have a little bit with Will, but he's 13 and I'm 18, so it's kind of concerning, but yeah.
Not at all.
Mainly with him. I have a bit of banter with Bailey as well.
Yep.
It's quite funny. But
excellent. Yeah. Bailey featuring in this race as well in 14, so I think she's towards the front. Yeah, we could just see her actually just on the back of that front pack, can't we?
Yeah,
There's
she's
Bailey.
Up there.
That's good. Ella Caluso with the ribbons there. We just see a bit of a breakaway here.
Oh,
that's she's shot out.
She put it in.
Caitlin, is that Caitlin Tan? No, I think that's 16 actually. No, sorry, Sienna Scale. So Sienna Scale of Essex West decided to put a big surge here. Very early on this race, where I think we're No, sorry, 1,200 into this race. So, yeah, 1,800 to go. Quite early for a breakaway. Is this something that you'd be thinking about 1,200 into a race?
Probably not 1,200 into a race. I think the longest I'd probably go out is probably a kilometre in a 3K.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to run on my own for that long.
She certainly gapped the field at the moment. About 40 metres put on them in about 200. So
yeah, she did it quickly.
yeah, very quick. It was very impressive. JLo, of course, you've been a staple of A races in the New South Wales 3,000 metre championships. I think a previous bronze or silver medalist a couple of years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong.
In a 3K. I don't know. I can't remember that long ago.
Sorry.
Honestly.
So the problem is I do my form guides for the A races primarily, and then I looked at the B. I'm like, oh, I have to look at my computer for that. So apologies if I did get that wrong. But the 3K is a distance that you have raced quite often. What's your thoughts on the distance itself, but then coming to the 3K championships?
Well, I've only ever run 2 hard ones. I did a couple last year, but then I had my injury with my foot. But ever since then, I haven't ran one. But yeah, it's not my most favourite distance, but it's good to just get out and have a little bit of fun.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yep. The 8 and the 15 are your 2 specialties. Do you have a favourite out of either of those?
I'd say it'd be more 1,500 because it's a bit of speed, bit of endurance mixture, so it's good.
Yeah, beautiful. And talk us through, of course, the 2 years ago you won that magnificent silver medal at the Youth Olympics in what was a interesting cross-country and track concept. For those who don't know, talk us through the concept itself and then also your experience over there.
So with the 1,500, it came off placing. There was 2 heats, and after both heats, they combined the time, so pretty much time finals, and then they put them together, and that came your overall result in the 1,500. And I think it was 3 days later, we did the 3K, the cross country, and it was just a bunch of 800 loops around this really small grass oval that they recently laid grass on. And the pentathlon was ran on there, so it was bendy, winding backwards and forwards for an 800 loop, and we had to do it 5 times because I think it was 4K, and then and then after that, your overall result was calculated by your placing in both the 1,500 and the cross country, and then it tallied up.
Would you ever like to see an event like that in New South Wales? I don't think we've ever discussed a track and cross-country hybrid event. But is that something that you enjoyed as an athlete?
Well, cross-country isn't my most favourite event, but I did enjoy it over there because it was something different. But, yeah, it was good. Wouldn't recommend. But
bit of innovation. Maybe for World Cross as part of the participation concept, we could try something like that. Jayla, I think I'm not far away from Kieran Tall joining us in the box. I can see him eagerly awaiting there. But I just want to thank you so much for your time and your insights into you as an athlete, Onde as a coach. And we look forward to seeing much more of you over this season and years to come. So thank you so much for your time.
No, not a problem at all.
Thanks, Jayla. See ya.
See ya.
And so moving into the second half of our special guest. I'm just trying to get their attention at the moment, is Kieran Tall as he makes his way into the commentary box, the exceptionally talented athlete from Run Crew. Kieran, for the first time, welcome to the Athletics New South Wales live stream.
Thanks, James. It's great to be here.
You're on the start list. You're off the start list now. Talk us through the last couple of weeks for you.
Okay, so I had a very good race at the State 10K coming second.
Which we'll talk about in a second,
And about a few days later I had surgery. So unfortunately that surgery resulted in a post-op infection, and I decided that over the next few weeks it's probably not a good idea to race. Just look after the body, get ready for Launceston 10. We'll be back.
So the infection itself, serious, couple of weeks, what were we talking here?
Oh, not too serious. It more just reduces your athletic potential or ability, and it just takes that little 1% off, which is not going to damage your health, but in perspective of a race, that 1% can be everything. So I didn't want to risk, ruining my season. Yeah,
perfect. Yeah, and absolutely understandable. Of course, you were down for the championship race tonight. Unfortunately, not racing tonight, but that 10K. The New South Wales 10,000 metre championship, at the Crest a few weeks ago. Just a sensational run by yourself, Ed, and Ben in that top 3, all going under 28.50. Talk us through that head-to-head with Ed in particular over the last couple of Ks, and an enthralling race to watch.
That was a pretty tough race. We all planned that. So we all, Ed, myself, James, Kevin Batt, and I think there was one other. We all planned to try and run under 29. So we'd all said, look, we'll take a couple of laps each. We want to bang off about 68, 69s and just run fast. We kind of said we'll forget the competition for the first 8K. So we kind of thought it was going to be good conditions, but it wasn't, as we're seeing a little bit of rain tonight.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a repeat again from the last few races.
Unfortunately, there was nothing on the forecast, but we are getting a few raindrops just appearing on our screen. Actually, this we might just call Sienna Scahill home. This has been a great run. So we saw that breakaway when we had Jayla on the stream earlier, and she's maintained that. And this is going to be a very swift time indeed. Just over 10 minutes for Sienna. 10:09 unofficially for the women's A race. Brilliant running there by the young Essex West athlete, just 13 years old is Sienna. So a great run there as she gets her portrait taken by one of our photographers on site, Chris Rudge. We thank everyone for making this meet possible and also the coverage possible here tonight. And looks like she's taken that one out by quite a distance. I think might have to pan back to Ella Caluso. Yeah, we can see Ella there. So Onday's athlete from the Limitless Track team. She's going to take out second in the Hancock Cameron style ponytail flowing out the back. It is Ella Caluso from Bankstown Sports coming down towards the line, very close to 11 minutes. She's going to be just under, I think, 10:58 unofficially for Ella Caluso. Strong. Great run there by her. And in third, that is Imogen Howard of Mossman coming through, just over 11 minutes. Fourth there is Bailey Holland. So Onday's squad goes 2 and 4 for the women's A race. And fifth there, rounding out the top 5, was Caitlin Tan of UTS North. Athletics Wollongong, Olivia Seville's coming across the line as the rest of the field. A couple of Westfield's athletes coming across there as well. So good running in the women's A races. We'll keep on the race here, but we'll just go back to that 10K race, Kieran. So yeah, as you mentioned, the 5 rotating at the front for the first 8K. Is that the way that you would like to run 10Ks? And is that something that you'd expect to see at, say, a Zatopek or another high-performing 10,000 metre race?
I always have thought that the best race is a fast race. I like going from the gun. I haven't been a sit-and-kick kind of person, but I think it's really good to see people working together. At the end of the day, we've all got the same goal, and yes, we're competitors, but in New South Wales especially, there's not many fast races and hasn't been a lot of opportunity to race. I think that's through COVID, we've really been taught to value racing a lot more and taught to make the most of an opportunity. So when we get a time where there's 5 really class athletes together, we had to take that opportunity to run fast. So yeah, I would definitely do that again, and I hope to see a really strong field at Zatopek like there was last year. Yeah,
fabulous. For those who aren't aware, Zatopek scheduled for Australia Day next year. So obviously pushed back by COVID and the situation in Victoria, but it's great to see it back on the Athletics Australia calendar, confirmed as the 26th of January. 26th of January. Yes. So I always get Anzac Day and Australia Day mixed up. Yeah, I assume you'll be up for that one?
Yep, that is one of my biggest goal races of the year, for sure.
Fantastic. And you mentioned the Launceston 10 now. We put the what was an astonishing few start lists on Distance Running New South Wales a few days ago, getting a lot of traction, a lot of attention across multiple states in Australia, as we're not far away from the start in the men's E-race, and we'll go back to that. We'll go through that list shortly. Yeah, was that a plan? I guess amongst not only runners in New South Wales but across states, we're all going to go down to Hobart and knock out 10 before the year's over?
I don't think we've all been talking. I think we just had the same goal and saw the same opportunity. That Launceston race is one of the quickest 10Ks in Australia and actually probably the world, especially because it's dead flat. I think it's a good time of year. Everyone's fit. Everyone's had a really strong winter. We've had a lot of cross-country races, a lot of other road races, and to be honest, we haven't really had many road races at all. So I think it's the first and only opportunity we can have in a while, and we all saw it.
Absolutely, and we've got young Charlotte Blythe actually just coming across the line there. Great run by Charlotte. She will finish off that women's E-race, first women's race of the night, giving some elbow bumps to her teammates. Great to see. So, yeah, not far away from a start of the men's E-race. Just a light drizzle descends on Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Not far away from a start here. And as you mentioned, 13th of December, the timing of the race, it really is around when Zatopek would usually be, wouldn't it? So I guess everyone would be in pretty good 10K shape.
It's a Zatopek replacement, I think, and I think it's also a good lead-up for Zatopek. It's probably a good indicator. If you can run fast on that course, you're probably in good shape for Zatopek. It's going to give you a bit of a reality check whether you're going well or whether you're not.
Talk about the transition to run crew under the tutelage of Ben St. Lawrence now. Such a large squad in Sydney and such brilliant high performing athletes. I imagine you'd have at least half a dozen up there with you in every training session you'd be doing.
Oh, run crew's awesome, and I think it's one of the best decisions I've made. Ben's been really good for me because he's literally done exactly what I want to. So he's both an idol for me and he's a training partner at the same time. Every time I go to run crew, I learn something, and it's not just from Ben. There's even people that have been running a lot longer than me that might not be as fast. There's a lot to learn off them. So it's a really positive atmosphere. There's no ego. No one's better than anyone else. We just go there with the same goal to work hard.
Have you seen also, and of course you'd be up the top end of the field, but the evolution of run crew throughout the different ages and abilities as well? We see so many now, and we saw a few in the community races, in the 70 plus women's masters races at cross country. From your perspective as a high performing athlete, has that been a really positive thing for the morale and the atmosphere of the club?
Yeah, I think excellence is something you do every day, and I think everyone in run crew has both been taught and come in with this idea that every day we're going to work hard, and no matter whether we are an Olympian or whether it's our first run, we've got the same goal of getting better, and that's why it's such a good squad.
Yeah, brilliant. Great words there. We'll pan back to this race and we'll just go through the start list. We can see that's Guilherme Boglione on the front in those prominent locks of his, the 8:15 specialist, leading this one early, but we'll talk about the other 18 athletes as well now. In 1 from Sydney Athletics Academy goes Jack McPhee, 2 from Sutherland District's Jacob Foster, 3 from Run Crew Jake Myers, 4 from Sutherland District's Jordan Anderson. In 5 from Delta Running Project Brendan Fink, 6 from Trinity Athletics Joseph Cantlin, 7 from Mingara Athletics Charlie Kaparakis, in 8 from Illawong Reesby Kobe Stewart, 9 from Delta Running Project Lachlan Oakes, 10 from Sydney Athletics Academy Oliver White, 11 from Delta Running Project Dave Costello, 12 from Randwick Botany Jamie Hogg, 13 from Sydney Uni leading this one is Guilherme Boglione Beleu, and 14 from Randwick Botany Leo Morgan, 15 from Sydney University Ryan McDonald, 16 from Randwick Botany George Perkins, 17 from Sutherland Districts Kyle McIntosh, 18 from Coffs Harbour Harrison Collier, and 19 from Run Crew goes Mick Chapman. As the boys are just heading around the bend now, that's 900 done, so we're going to have a look at their first K split shortly, but it's Boglione from Brendan Fink of the Delta Rain Project. Brendan's run really well recently, actually. He's got some big goals over the 3K. No, he's definitely trying to go for sub-9 tonight. We can just see behind him as the boys come through.
We've got Mick Chapman as well there. He's got running well with
the white cap. Yep, so 2:55 there for the first K for the boys. Moving really well, 8:45 pace here, Kieran.
On for an 8:45, and they're looking good. There's quite a few guys in there that I could see running around the 8:40 mark, perhaps.
Awesome, that's great. So yeah, how much do you know about Mick in the white cap?
I've been training with Mick for about a year and a bit now, and he's a very strong trainer. He knows what he's doing. He's very experienced. He knows how to pace himself, and he's got good tactics too. As you can see, he's just sitting on the edge of that front pack.
Yeah, fantastic. We see Brendan Fink just to change at the front of the field now, just assuming the lead. Now we can actually see the rain calming down. This was not forecast, but we are seeing it. So unfortunately the clouds have took a turn for the west and have headed over Sydney Olympic Park. A little bit of rain coming over, but you ran through a lot of the rain at the New South Wales 10K. How does that affect your race and potentially some splits that you're after?
Look, first off, it's the same for everyone. It's not ideal and it's not what you want when you're trying to run fast, but I think the key is to focus off what you can't control and focus on what you can, and we all went out there with the same idea that we wanted to run fast, and yes, it was probably a little bit slower and you could wipe off, say, 10 or 15 seconds, but if anything, it's a good sign. If you can still run fast on a hard day, it means when things are right, you run even faster.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's the same for everyone, particularly in a championship environment where quick times aren't necessarily or always the goal. It's to win that state title. So, yeah, it's well said. Have you look at the rest of the athletes in that pack. Harrison Collier from Coffs Harbour, he's just in the teal strip there, just moving past Chapman's shoulder into third. And we've got another one of the run crew athletes there as the hip numbers potentially just starting to disintegrate a little bit. That's Jake Myers of Run Crew having a good run here. And one of the Randwick Botany athletes as well. There's actually quite a few strung out behind them, but they're the top 5 at the moment. It's Chapman, Collier, Boglione, Fink and Myers at the front of a pack that's extending out to about 12 athletes. You can also see the tall figure of Dave Costello with the Delta Rain Project singlet there. Kobe Stewart of Illawong Reesby just off that front pack of 6 boys, and also one of the Sutherland athletes. I think that might be Jordan Anderson having a good run here for the Southern Districts. No, sorry, my apologies. That's actually, I think it might be Jacob Foster, or actually there's a few of them in here, so sorry, apologies about that. But yeah, no, big pack still in contention in this one. As the rain, actually it is starting to really come down here.
It really is setting in.
Yeah, interesting. I did not see this on the forecast, but anyway, we've got some covers over the cameras, thankfully.
You know it's going to be a fast race when it's strung out, and we can see already with a couple of laps to go that everyone is getting very competitive and the pace isn't dropping. And you'll see in a lot of championship races that it does it about this point. So it's good to see that we're chasing some fast times tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. 5:58 through the 2K, so still well under that. Through that, so sorry, 5:59, Dean Gleeson calls out. So 5:58, 5:59, right on that sub-9 pace. And now just a bit of a breakaway from one of the run crew athletes here. I think that might be Jake Myers.
That's Jake Myers.
Yeah, he's got a few strides now on Boglione and Fink and the rest of the field. The number 3 athlete starting to go for home quite early. 900 to go in this one. Fink just moving onto the shoulder now and passing the shoulder of Boglione, and the other run crew athlete up there, Mick Chapman, having a good run, as we can see the rest of the field strung out behind them. 800 metres to go, 6:35 on the clock for Myers, 10 metres in front of Fink. Then comes Boglione. The Coffs athlete Collier sits in 4th, and a host of athletes strung out behind him. But it's Myers who's going for home early. Can he hold on? Is it a smart move? 900 to go. We'll soon find out. His compatriot Chapman just now moves around the shoulder of Fink, and it's now a run crew 1-2 in the running. Fink finds himself in 3rd. Randwick Botany just starting to come past him as well as we try and get that hip number, as the rain may be starting to take effect shortly on those numbers falling off. But we can see 2nd, 3rd, and the rest in the running, with Myers about 15 metres ahead of them. And that's 14. That's Leo Morgan from Randwick Botany. 500 to go in this one. Who's your pick, Kieran? Is Myers going to hold on?
I'm hoping for a run crew win, but I'm saying that either Myers is going to hold on or Chapo is coming for him.
Yeah, Chapo's looking good. I think that gap's closing, as you mentioned.
Chapo is definitely increasing in pace, and I think Myers is holding it, but I think Chapo is looking dangerous.
They come into the bell lap, 7:47 on the clock. It's going to be very close to 9 minutes. They'll need a 73 to close, so they should go well under 9 minutes, actually. It's a run crew 1-2. It's Myers from Chapman and a run crew 1-2. Call them home, Kieran.
This is a good time for me. I'm enjoying this, and I can see the 2 boys just stretching out around the back straight, and I think Chapo is about to just kick round him. Let's see.
Myers just holding him at bay at the moment. They really are shoulder and shoulder. Chapo now just moving round.
He's gone just before the bend, which is a very good tactical move. Probably learnt off Ben, actually. I've seen him do that in a few races.
Yeah, excellent. Probably in a few training sessions as well.
Just stretching that elastic band a little bit. I don't think Myers has done yet, but Chapo is definitely looking strong.
He certainly picked it up.
Just a note to point out, he's done this in a few other races. I think in his last race at Bankstown a week or 2 ago, did the exact same thing.
It's a great run here by Chapman. He's left it late, and he's been very smart in doing so. He comes down to the line. He looks like he's got this men's E-race wrapped up, but it's a big run here by one of our UTS North athletes. Myers is going to do well to hang on for 2nd, but they come down to the line. Jake Myers, 8:51 unofficially. Great run there. And he's gone a 66 last lap, I think. And Myers does hold on for 2nd. Fink breaks 9 for Delta for 4th. And a great run by him. He'll be stoked with that. And I think it was, it might have actually just been an addition to the field. That UTS North athlete in 3rd. Sorry for not covering that. Cole McIntosh over the line, 9:11. Boglione after doing the early leading through in 9:14. A few more athletes to come, but great run there by Mick Chapman. Big move with 300 to go, and smart racing there, Kieran Tall.
Very smart racing from Chapo.
A few more of the athletes coming through. That's Mingara's Charlie Kaparakis. Sub 9:30 for him. And we've got one of the Trinity boys over now. That's Joseph Cantlin of Trinity Athletics rounding out the field for the E-race. And I can see over my shoulder, standing in the rain, is Oliver Hall. Now, not to kick you out at all, Mr. Tall. We might at least get Ollie under cover because the rain is coming down. We probably some slightly different conditions to what he's been running in those beautiful Instagram pictures posted by the On Rain Club in Colorado over the last few months. But we're very, very excited to have Oliver Hall with us on the stream in just a few moments' time. Kieran, I might just wrap up with you. A brief but very valuable 20 minutes you've spent with us.
Thank you.
Just talk about just for the, obviously the Launceston 10 is going to be a fabulous race. For those who are wanting to know who you're up against, we've put up some of the start list on distance running in New South Wales. If you search that on Facebook, if you're not part of the group already, just request to join and we will add you into that one for lots of distance running content. So Law 10, any time goals and moving forwards?
Look, I'd like to say under 29 minutes. It's a bold move, but I think it's doable based on that 10K because it is so fast. And because we have such a strong field, I feel like there's going to be a lot of people wanting to run well that day.
Fantastic. And well, you've already done it. You went 28.47 on the track. So, yeah, you're in fine form. And we wish you all the very best, mate. And moving forwards into Zabek and beyond. Thank you so much for your time tonight, mate. It's been awesome to hear from you. And hopefully not the last time we see you here either.
Thank you for the opportunity. And just a quick shout out to say everyone make the most of the opportunities for racing and do stay COVID safe. I know it sounds boring and I know it's not ideal. We all want to be here. But we've got to keep these racing opportunities while they're here because, as you can see earlier in the year, we didn't have it. So we're very grateful to be able to race again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, James.
Wise words, and thank you very much, Kieran, for your time. Cheers, mate. Thank you. And with Kieran's departure, we welcome Mr. Oliver Hoare,
Good luck for your race.
or as he's more commonly known, Ollie Hoare, 2018 NCAA 1500 metre champion. 3:34 1500 metre runner recently, and one of the great distance running products of New South Wales in recent history. Ollie Hall, thank you so much for coming, mate. This is the first time we're meeting, so it's great to meet you, and thank you for coming.
No, thank you very much for having me. It's an absolute pleasure.
Ollie, where do I start, mate? There's a lot to cover. Actually, I don't want to miss that start. That is the women's D race that we've just got going on now. So I get you're wearing the On Athletic Club shirt today.
Yes.
A few months ago you joined the club. Just talk us through, I guess, that process, but then also the sessions, the training, the altitude, everything that's been associated with. I might as well just be quiet and let you talk about it.
No, it's been a crazy few months. I mean, with COVID hitting and a lot of things shutting down around the world, it was interesting to see where the transition would go for me personally, coming out of the NCAA system in the United States. And it was interesting to see a group like On who wanted to develop a track program and be very fierce in the track world, which they hadn't done yet. So they were looking at some high pinnacle athletes coming out of NCAA to kind of make their mark quite harshly with COVID and with the situation of a lot of companies and a lot of other agencies not really being willing to take that risk on athletes. It was very difficult for some athletes to get the opportunities to run professionally in the United States. So we were very fortunate, and I was very fortunate to get a reach out from On, and then they created this organic group that just formed from 4 guys and 4 girls, and then we were able to find a great coach, Dathan Ritzenheim, who's a 3-time Olympian, former 5K American record holder. Great experience as well. He's been coaching up in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So that was fantastic to have him. He was also a Colorado Buff alumni, so he knew Colorado pretty well. He knew the university and where we were heading, which was in Boulder, Colorado. So I drove a U-Haul truck for 2 days from Madison, Wisconsin to Boulder.
Wow.
It was a very interesting experience as an Australian driving an American way on the right side of the road, which is the wrong side of the road in my opinion. It's always the left, but that was an experience, and we got in and we set up, and it was just all from there. The training was pretty intense. We only had a few opportunities, like Kieran just mentioned. It's great to take advantage of the opportunities that we have, and we were fortunate enough to get a couple of opportunities in America with the Tennessee meet, the South Carolina meet, and the Los Angeles meet. And from there, we had high training at altitude, and a few of us went down when we were fit enough to race, and a lot of us lost that opportunity to race the NCAA season, and some of us were able to catch it up, like Jess in the Diamond Leagues overseas, and myself, I was lucky enough to race in the States because I was still on an F1 visa. I couldn't really leave. But yeah, we had some fantastic results there, and we were able to kind of produce this club and announce it with some great results coming out from the guys and the girls.
As you mentioned, the racing opportunities you did get through August, and it was an incredible couple of weeks it was for you. 1,500 1 mile, 5K PBs, all within 14 days, and we saw something similar to Stewie and Jess overseas, didn't we? It's just been an explosion of middle and long distance running for Australian athletes in 2020. Firstly, talk us through those 3 races personally, but also from what you saw overseas in Europe with Jess and Stewie.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was very envious of Jess and Stewie. I mean, and Matt Ramsden and Ryan Gregson,
of course, yeah,
and Genevieve Lacaz, like all those, a lot of Nick's athletes been able to get that opportunity to race over there. It's fantastic, and it's great that they were able to get, that spurt out of racing, because I know everyone's probably been edging for it. Everyone wanted sports to be back. But the race I was fortunate enough to run in with the Tennessee race was pretty important for me, because I hadn't really had a proper race. I was primed up for the NCAA Indoor Championships in New Mexico and Albuquerque when COVID kind of struck and everything got cancelled. So that kind of affected my mindset and my frame into going into racing, because I knew there was a PB in sight from the training I was doing at Wisconsin. So looking forward to that race, I kind of we had a pacer out there, and I just ran from the front and pushed it to try and run better than my previous best, which was 3:37, and I definitely went under that. And
you definitely did. 3:34.63 for those unaware of that run, which would have been a Tokyo 2020 qualifier, wouldn't it? But outside that window, bittersweet. Like, obviously, a 3-second PB is a brilliant run. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a live stream of that race anywhere, but you must have been just stoked with that performance, but wasn't quite within the window. What were your thoughts when, in the hours after that race, as Joy and Guzman talk about athletes just rolling into the commentary booth? Might get Jordan on in a couple of moments. So that 3:34 moments after that race, what were your thoughts?
I mean, my thoughts were like, it doesn't count. So,
so not initially 3-second PB. That doesn't count.
Yeah, it was kind of like, when you fight for something for so long, especially a lot of athletes, when they're able to reach that kind of a standard or a mark that they've been looking for, and they finally reach it, it doesn't really give validification if you can't actually say I've actually run a qualifier. So, but it was an exciting experience for me, because I knew that the training was working. The place I was staying was working, the group, everything was it was forming well for me as a professional athlete, and that was my first pro run as a debut, so it was a great start. You couldn't have asked for anything better, in my opinion, and my coach definitely thought the same. So, I mean, it knows and it shows for me as a pro just starting out that I've already run it. Hopefully, I'll be able to run it again when the window opens up in December.
Yeah, absolutely. And just on that window opening up, have you and Dathan got anything sort of locked in? I know that you're going back on Boxing Day, I believe, to America. Yeah, yes. So, and that's because of visa requirements and so on. Is there anything January moving onwards that you're targeting at the moment?
Yeah, so we're looking at a few races depending on how the world is. I mean, the United States right now is in a difficult situation with COVID, but we're hoping to race in New York. We're hoping to race in Boston, and then we'll find a fast race, hopefully in the United States, either at a Peyton Jordan meet or a Stanford meet, or even internationally in Europe somewhere. So we're looking for anything we can find. I mean, I think the time that I did in Tennessee will help me get into those races and hopefully push me, and I'll be able to race even a few Australians that are out there, or anyone chasing those times, because I think when that Descendo window opens, everyone's going to be fighting for the hotcakes. So
that's absolutely right. And you mentioned the time getting you into races. That I guess is the other caveat of running such a quick time, is that you actually book your ticket. And I would assume that most races around America with 3:34.
Yeah, so I think the one thing that you find out as a professional athlete is that when your agent vouches for you, they've got to vouch for you with some solid time to get you into those hard core races, diamond leagues or anything like that. And once you prove yourself, you can kind of keep your position there and get into those opportunities. So I think my race in Tennessee has really helped me hopefully get another opportunity at a really fast race, and I'm very, very lucky to hopefully be able to find those races in the future. So I think it is important to keep grinding and keep finding every race you can as an opportunity, because it takes you to different levels of your career. So
fabulous. We might just check in with this women's race, Ollie. Some great stories going on, but we will just quickly go back to this race. It is a big field, and hopefully I can get through it before it actually finishes. 24 stars in this women's D race we're up to. In one for Ride Athletics is Georgia Phillips, 2 from Athletics East, Rona McNiven, 3 from Sydney Strides, Adelaide Williams, 4 from TRT Rowing, Peruthan Magician, in 5 from TRT, Amelia Gorman, 6 from Randwick Botany, Allegra McGiven, 7 from Blue Mountains, Hannah Roots, 8 from Balmain Athletics, Annika Ingwerson, 9 from Kembla Joggers, Ruby McPhillips, 10 from Kembla Joggers, Kate Geisen, and 11 from Ride, Claudia Wilson, 12 from Bankstown Sports, Bonnie Rauch, 13 from Blue Mountains, Mariah Larkin, 14 from Essex West, Maisie Wright-Smith, 15 from Trinity Athletics, Grace McMahon, 16 from UTS North, Olivia Gorman, 17 from Essex West, Sophia Slater, 18 from Kembla Joggers, Jordan Martin, 19 from Bankstown Sports, Lily Tomlinson, 20 from Bankstown Sports, Layla Liar-Cottis, 21 Essex West, Tessa Newitt, 22 from Ride Athletics, Ellie Barron, 23 from Kembla Joggers, Celeste Carolan, and 24 from Randwick Botany, Natasha Ward. As we look to how this one's panning out at the moment, and I think it might be one of our Randwick Botany athletes, or it might be a Randwick Botany 1-2 at the moment. We've definitely got hip number 6. That's Allegra McGiven in second. And before these hip numbers fly off the waist of this athlete, hopefully we can just pick up her hip number. Again, if you're on the stream, feel free to help us out on any of the girls' hip numbers. So that is 24, Natasha Ward. So Natasha Ward of Randwick Botany leads this one. She was through the bell in about 8:55. So great running here by the 1-2 out of Randwick Botany, as it's a big gap back to third, but it is currently a Randwick Botany 1-2-3 with hip number 20. That is I think Leia Leokotis in third, but we're just going back to the front of the field, and currently sorry, I may have just got Natasha Ward. No, sorry, it is Natasha Ward currently in first, and she's running a really good race here. So it was 8:55 through the bell. So she's going to be around about, you'd think that 10:15, maybe 10:20 mark at the moment. And she's got about 150 to go. Some of the athletes just coming into shot now. We saw Rona McNiven from Athletics East, but here comes Natasha Ward of Randwick Botany, running a very good race. 10 minutes just ticked over on the clock there. Her compatriot in Allegra McGiven working hard, but she's built up a good gap here, and she'll take out the women's D race. Natasha Ward of Randwick Botany Harriers coming down 10:13 unofficially, the winner of the women's D race. And her compatriot 10:19 for Allegra McGiven makes it a Randwick Botany 1-2-3. And we might just try and pick up third. And there she is there. So it's actually, that's Georgia Phillips of Ride. So Georgia Phillips making a great run for home there in third, with one of the Bankstown athletes coming across for fourth there. And I think that was Amelia Gorman of TRT running in fifth. That was Amelia Gorman just coming across there for sixth. Bit of a stumble there at the line. Hopefully that athlete's okay. One of our Strides athletes coming through. Adelaide Williams having a good run. And there's Ruby McPhillips, the Kembla Joggers. Just followed by Bonnie Rauch, and the rest of the field just coming through the line there, as well as Hannah Roots from the Blue Mountains. We'll keep the camera on the race, but we may just go back to Ollie Hoare, as we were talking about. What were we talking about? We were talking about times and getting into races, weren't we? So these races that you're talking about in January, February and March in New York and Boston, so these indoor races?
Yeah, so there's a Continental Cup Tour Series. One is Milrose Games. The other one's...
Oh, Milrose Games, that is a famous one.
Yeah, Want to Make a Mile. So I've done that the past 2 years as a college athlete, but I'll be going there for hopefully the third time as a professional, which will be cool.
Yep.
I was runner-up last year to Chris O'Hare in that mile race, and hopefully I can take out a win there. It'd be a fantastic experience. I love running in New York. It's an amazing place, and even if it's indoors, it's a bit of a different experience to what we're used to as outdoor track and field, but it's fantastic. And then we have one in Boston, which is a New Balance meet, and it's quite a high meet as well. So they're all part of the Continental Tour series, which kind of ranks high for ranking and points qualifying for Tokyo.
It's fascinating to hear about the American system and how much it differs to sort of the track classic system that we experience in Australia. As an athlete who's been through both, talk us through, I guess, the similarities and differences for both a collegiate and also a professional athlete's point of view.
Yeah, definitely. I feel it's much more separated with the American system. You have, different variations of seasons. You have your cross-country season, your indoor and your outdoor season, and that kind of depends on the seasons. Which we really don't get here in Australia, which is kind of a fortunate thing. We can kind of run outdoor track all year if we'd like. But for them, obviously, it gets too cold, so they'll go into an indoor series, which is fantastic. I think it's a lot of fun. When you have a lot of athletes and a lot of spectators kind of compacted into a 200-meter or a 300-meter track, it's fantastic to have that kind of energy when people are running or people performing field events. And I think the one difference I noticed with that is just that whole atmosphere is a lot more condensed. Whereas with here, it's a lot more spread out. When you have cross-country races, you usually have like lines of people out there supporting all the kids and all the athletes that are running. So that's kind of a different variation to there. And I think just the whole emphasis of, college teams, and if you've ever seen, college football movies or anything like that, people are very into their teams. They have big rivalries. I think everyone here in Australia is pretty laid back. Everyone likes to have a good time and have fun, whereas the rivalries over in the US, they can get very intense. So I've noticed that quite a bit in the US.
and so that transfers over to not just the collegiate system, but also the squads that you're running for as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like even in Boulder itself, we have a few professional squads there, and everyone's kind of, it's a good, healthy competition to try and make each squad better. And there's always this, inter competition, people going to meets and racing each other from the same area, knowing each other, having good relationships with them. There's always a little bit of a rivalry. I know there's Lee Troop, who's an Australian, has a group over there. Which is, I think it's Team Boulder, Colorado group. And then we have Tim Man Elite, which Cameron Griffith, who is an Australian, and Jordan Guzman.
I was about to say, we've got one behind us.
We've got two 10-man boys now, Australians, so which is an awesome seeing them kind of interject into there and get into that great culture which they've created. And especially in running in the US, they've created a great brand which gets people behind and to follow it. So, you have that, and you have the OAC now on Athletic Club in the mix. It's kind of created a nice little dynamic, and Boulder is known as the Mecca of running, so everyone kind of travels there in the summer and the fall to train. Great training conditions, and to have that kind of environment is fantastic, and it definitely brings the best out of every athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. How does Boulder, from your point of view, compare to anywhere else you've been, potentially Flagstaff or any other altitude running hubs in America or even overseas?
Yeah, I definitely think Boulder has got such a great history. I mean, especially with Australians. You have Lee Troop, you have Moneghetti and De Costello, who have all trained out there. You have Craig Mottram, who's trained out there. So a lot of big-name Australians who have actually been out there and trained and done camps there. They've also done at Flagstaff, which is a little bit higher, which is about 8,000 feet, whereas Boulder's about 5,000 feet. At altitude. So I think for Boulder, it's just a great community, and there's a great kind of feel there. Compared to Madison, Wisconsin, I mean, Madison's very much of a college town, but very flat. Not as many trails to run around. You don't see the looming mountains in the background, the Rocky Mountains, but it gets very cold in Madison. Usually minus 30 degrees in winter.
We've seen so many athletes running in the snow, haven't we? Of course, Morgan back in the day, and there was that famous image of him crossing the line in the snow to take out the cross-country title a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So, at Madison, Wisconsin. So that's kind of it was a pinnacle of, that was a fantastic race to be a part of, because it's the pinnacle.
Oh, of course you were. So how did you go in that one?
I was 17th. I was an All-American, so that was awesome for me. But it was an exciting experience. I mean, we were definitely pushing for that to be a big race for us, and it snowed the night before the race, and we thought that's perfect for us, because as Badgers, you want the environment to be similar to what you're used to. So it was fantastic, and to have that experience was phenomenal. So it was a very different environment than moving to Boulder, which Morgan's also in Boulder too. He's actually my roommate, which is, I can't get rid of him for some reason, but yeah, we're still together, living in Boulder. He's training with Team Boss with Under Armour, and we love it up there. And it's a different environment, but it's very suited for a professional athlete. And Flagstaff has a similar vibe too. But Boulder's a bit more populated and, close to Denver, so it's a good hub to travel around and be able to get to meets quite efficiently. So, so far we've enjoyed it. We've loved it up there.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks so much for that insight. We might actually just bring Jordan Guzman over to the table. I'll get him out of the rain and get him on the mic as he gestures to Ollie to get out and keep me dry. Unfortunately, I don't think we have a third headset lying around. The Bankstown live stream equipment has let us down here tonight. Of course, we're very thankful to the Bankstown Club, which Jordan Guzman may know a thing or two about for lending the equipment here tonight. Jordan, it's been a while, mate, but it's great to see you back in Sydney.
Yeah, hard act to follow with Ollie. I don't know if I don't think I can better him.
We might just have a quick look. I got some stick on the last race for not actually covering it very well, so apologies about that. We might actually just look at the men's D race before we get into some stories. At the moment, we've got Leo Pearson of the UTS Norse Club out in front of Kane Shields, and one of our Mingara athletes just behind him. I think it might be Hamish Hart, but we'll just go through the 21 in this one. In 1 for UTS Norse goes Will Keir, 2 for Bankstown Sports Hamish Wallace, 3 from Balmain goes Kane Shields, 4 from Trinity Athletics is Luca Gillard, 5 from Randwick Botany Max Russell, 6 from UTS Norse leading this one is Leo Peterson, and 7 from Run Crew Luke Galappa, 8 from Bankstown Sports Pranish Chand, 9 from Newcastle Runners Ian Fletcher, 10 from Mingara Athletics Andrew Land, 11 from Kembla Joggers Jeff Chaseling, 12 from Rejuve Runners Dominic Bullock, 13 from Kembla Joggers Finlay McPhillips, 14 from Mingara Athletics Samuel Liddell, 15 from Randwick Botany Lachlan Stanfield, 16 from Kembla Joggers goes Stefan Dean Smith, who I'll tell a quick story about before we go back to you guys. 17 from Tasmania, joining us is Alexander Quire, the junior. Welcome, Alexander. 18 from Mingara Athletics, Jacob Madden. 19 from Mingara, Hamish Hart. 20 from Sydney University, Ed Fernan. And 21 from Essex West goes Michael Nicholas. And just a quick one on Stefan Dean Smith. Growing the big tash here for Movember. I think there's going to be a few out there a little bit later tonight. Has committed to donating some money himself, and I think a few are going to donate some dollars towards the Movember Foundation if he breaks 9 minutes. So watch out for Stefan breaking 9 here tonight for the Kembla Joggers squad.
Where's he sitting right now?
How's he go? So he's hip number 16, and hopefully I've got... So this is the 1800, so we'll get a 2K split shortly. Leo Pearson just on the front at the moment from, that is the Balmain athlete Kane Shields. So they're the two out the front at the moment, coming through... Actually, sorry, this will be 2 laps to go. So 800 to go. There's 6:20 in the running at the moment. Then Newcastle Runners 9. That is Ian Fletcher from Hamish Hart. A couple of Mingara boys, and going well is Luca Gillard. Luca Gillard had a fabulous cross-country season. Now we might try and pick up Stefan Dean Smith. No, I don't think he's there. So Stefan, unless he comes out, yeah, hopefully he might be in that pack. Hopefully he's not having a tough one. So we might just try and check in for Stefan once we get around that 9-minute mark. But yeah, we might close out this race, guys, because they're not too far away from the finish. Then we will get to you in a second.
Yeah, of course.
Just under 600 to go in the running. So it's a race of 2 between Peterson and that's Kane Shields from Balmain. Yes, just on screen at the moment. So just one of the officials getting out of the way. That's Dave Higgins. And we're going back to the pack. So this is a good race here. There's about 8 in contention for that 3rd spot at the moment. As Dave, sorry, no, that's not Dave. Oh, apologies to Dave Higgins. It looks like Dave from the back. Leo Pearson and Kane Shields, grimaces on both their faces with 450 to go in a 2-horse race. This is the men's D race for the New South Wales 3,000 metre championships. Through the bell in 7:30, and Pearson tries to kick away from Shields. Good race for 2nd between Fletcher and Hart for 3rd. Then comes one of his Mingara compatriots, Gillard, and then Andrew Land. Going well there is also Jeff Chaseling, one of the Masters runners, leads that 2nd chase pack. And there's a lot of athletes in that one. But we'll go back to the front as Pearson now starting to put some metres on Shields, Kane Shields from Balmain. There's about 20 metres between them now. Looks like Pearson is starting to wrap up proceedings here in the D race. 180 to go and 8:08 on the clock now. So it'll be a good run here by Leo, a great runner for the UTS Norse club. As he comes round the bend into the home straight with 100 to go. Be pretty close to his PB. I think he's about an 8:40 guy, so I think this would be a really quick time for Leo. Yeah, he's good.
He's a World Mountain Running representative.
That's right, he is too, yeah. So loves the elevation, but here we go. 8:34 for Leo Pearson. He'll be stoked with that. Takes out the men's D race with Kane Shields 8:40, and it was the Newcastle runners athlete Ian Fletcher holding on to third. And about 8:43 from Hamish Hart in fourth, and then that was Jakob Madden in fifth. Luca Gillard, he'll be also stoked with that run, I'm sure. Luca in about 8:50 with the rest of the field just piling over the line. Now, where is Stefan? Has he broke 9 minutes? I don't think I can see him in that pack, unfortunately. So hopefully still some money going to the Movember Foundation regardless of Stefan's result, as pick up one of the Essex West athletes. That's Michael Nicholas coming through, about 9:18 for Nicholas. And is this Stefan? No, I think that's Finlay McPhillips. 8 in Pranesh Chand. And one more runner coming through. He may have been DNS actually. That is a Randwick Botany athlete coming through. Down to line 22, and I think that may have been one off the... no, sorry, that was Jamie Hogg in addition to that race. So didn't actually see Stefan there. If anyone's watching, feel free to jump in if you know what Stefan ran. Always like to see some money going towards such a vitally important foundation in the Movember Foundation. But some... well done, Hamish. Hamish Hart getting some love on the stream there. And yeah, I think we are just about to get ready with the women's C race. Obviously just trying to balance up the storytelling and the commentary here on the New South Wales 3,000 metre stream. Jordan Guzman joining us in the box as we're not far away from the start of the women's C race. Of course, all these races are seeded in accordance with the ability of the athletes. Each of the races going up in the alphabetical order means that theoretically it is a faster race than the last one. So when the seeding process happens throughout the week, we place the athletes in each of their respective races, so they're making sure that they get a race with athletes of an appropriate ability, much like we see the races for any other track and field events in athletics. Okay, Jordan, sorry to hold you up there for a moment, mate.
No problems.
Some big moves over you, for you as well. We talked about Ollie moving from a collegiate athlete to a professional. You're a little bit different, moving from Australian athlete to a Maltese athlete. Talk us through that transition about 18 months ago now, I think it was.
Yeah. It was a pretty long, lengthy process. Basically needed to get citizenship first. Left that a little late. I really started speaking to the Maltese Federation in 2012. And it was a difficult process at that stage, and I just didn't really feel like I could compete on the international stage regardless of who I was competing for. And in hindsight, I should have just committed to it and done it then and there. But I left it a little bit longer, and then when I did qualify for World Champs last year, it was really touch and go on whether I would actually have the transfer come through. So from the stage that I applied to transfer my allegiance to represent Malta, it was probably a year in the waiting, and at that stage I actually went to compete for them in the small games of Europe in Montenegro, and technically it was illegal, which I found out later.
Very good. What was? Is it a finable offence, or do you get your spikes taken away? What's the punishment?
They really wanted to win those medals. They haven't had a distance runner win the medals, and I ended up winning gold in the 5K and 10K and second in the 1500. And I guess that they just pretended that they didn't know the rules. And so when it came time to me getting my transfer approved officially and to represent Malta at the World Champs, and subsequently I ended up injured and didn't go to the World Champs anyway, but there's a bit of umming and ahhing by the IAAF if they would actually allow me to compete because of that, because I represented them earlier than I should have. So they were a bit hesitant about that, and we kind of fought it a little bit, and they didn't really. They didn't push it too much. They kind of bent over pretty quickly, but I think they were just trying to warn us that, like, hey, you can't really do that. So
how
I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah,
so.
How does that feel, sort of almost running as an outlaw? Surely that has to play on your mind at some point through those months of training leading up to races?
Yeah, I guess I've always kind of like seen myself as a bit of an outlaw, you know, like coming through the junior ranks and out of the junior ranks, I was kind of like always that guy that was mouthing off on social media to MTC, and I regret doing that a lot. Now in my later days, and I've calmed down a lot, but I guess I've always been an outlaw. So when I went full circle and it came back to that at that stage, it just kind of seemed normal. So it was fun. I kind of knew that I was like doing the wrong thing without actually knowing if it was a ruling or not. And I actually called up my manager, who I think manages Ollie as well now. And I said, hey, I don't think I should be doing this. And he said, look, if no one's came up to you and said that you definitely can't do it, then go for it. And the whole reason I changed, I'm sure everyone's heard the story and probably sick of hearing the story, but my grandpa was the Maltese side of my family, and he was really important to me and an important part of my sport and just me as an individual growing up. He just lived across the street from me. And so he was suffering with cancer and ended up passing away just a few weeks after the games and didn't even make it to the world champs. So that was enough for me to, even if it was, you know, illegal and I had to miss the world champs because of it, just for him, I don't even think he was able to find the live stream and watch it, but just for me to be able to send him the photos wearing the red and white of Malta, showing my medals, you know, when I got home, that was good enough for me. So
a lot of people won't know that story. I certainly didn't know that story, and obviously a lot more on the line than just a couple of gold medals.
Yeah, for sure. I've always run for kind of different reasons than, you know, just winning championships or trying to win the Olympics, you know. And that was just one of those reasons to run for family and to make others happy. And so to be able to do that for him was huge for me and my whole family. Yeah,
fantastic. Might just pan back to the women's race at the moment. This is the women's C race going on. So we have Ruby Fry and Piper Simpson, the two Randwick Botany athletes currently in front of this one. Third in the running is Steph Torley from Kembla Joggers, and it's quite a big pack actually behind her. So about 6 or 7 athletes in contention with this one. Taylor Billington just in no woman's land at the moment, and also just behind her is Kira Bauer of St. George. So it's a good run, this one. Actually, that chase pack's really closed that gap. So that front pack of 2 is now becoming a pack of 9 or 10 athletes. A lot in contention in this one. So yeah, that's Steph Torley of Kembla Joggers in 10. Just moving up now. It's going to be interesting to see if this chase pack sort of goes around the shoulders of the two Randwick Botany girls in Fry and Simpson. As we just pan back. So that's Taylor Billington and Bauer. And just behind her, just didn't quite pick that up. So here's this lead of the women's C race. So we can see 14 in front there. That's Piper Simpson from Ruby Fry. Randwick Botany 1-2 just before Steph Torley broke them apart and now sits second in the running. Then comes one of the run crew athletes. That's 18 in Sophie Gosha. And just coming up on her outside is another one of her compatriots. We'll just get her number as they come around. We can see Bron Hagar with the pink headband for the Delta Rain Project, just seeing on the back of that pack in 9, and also seeing with her Zara Warland of Ride in 7. And that was 13, that Randwick Pipe. So that's Paige Penrose of Run Crew. So currently it's Gosha and Penrose working really well together for the Run Crew squad. The girls will be coming up to the 2K mark shortly. As Taylor Billington's unfortunately just pulled out with 3 laps to go. She's just on, she looks okay, but just on the inside of the track at the moment. So coming up to the 2K mark, called by Dean Gleeson over the stadium commentary. They'll go through in about 6:50, around about the 6:50 mark. So looking at 3:25 pace through 3K. Sorry, my maths is correct. It'll be about 10:15 pace at the moment here. So 10:15 for the women's C. A lot of these women would be very capable of running that time. Getting some nice comments for Bron Hager in the pink hairband of the Dolphin Rowing Project, as things starting to get quite interesting up the front now. The girls starting to bunch up. We can see Penrose there of Run Crew now just assuming the lead with what looks like Torley just starting to tire a little bit, and her Run Crew teammate in Sophie Gosha moves up to second with 2 laps to go. It's currently a Run Crew 1-2. Now just moving on the outside of Torley's shoulder is the earlier leader, Piper Simpson. She moves into third with Torley sitting in fourth. Then it's a little bit of a gap, although that gap again is shortening to a chase pack as this race with, not much fluency or congruency battles on, but the Run Crew athletes in Penrose and Gosha doing well up the front here and starting to control this race in the late stages. Penrose a couple of strides behind them, Torley a couple of strides behind her as we come to, I think, one of the other chase packs, and I think that might be one of the East athletes, Jennifer Cabasson, just leading from one of the young athletes there. I think that's number hit 4. Yeah, so Abigail Bellholzen from Essex West. So Cabasson and Bellholzen working as a 2, and then Bauer just a few strides behind them with one of the Sydney Athletics Academy athletes. That's Rebecca Solomon on her as well. Penrose and Gosha really are starting to control this race as they made their move about 400 metres ago. Also staying with them is that earlier leader in Piper Simpson, and it's a race of 3. We're coming down to the bell lap, 15 metres between the pack of 3 at the front to the rest of the field, and they're through the bell lap in about 8:58 on the clock. So it's Run Crew versus Run Crew. A few strides now back to Piper Simpson, and then a few back to the rest of the field. Gosha versus Penrose. Penrose, a very good cross-country run. We've seen her over the last couple of seasons, but Gosha now just starting to go around the shoulder. Can Penrose bring out that cross-country strength and respond? It's Gosha now a couple of strides from Penrose. Penrose starting to lose touch here as Gosha starts to stride away. We're 200 metres left in this one, 9:35 on the clock. It's Sophie Gosha, the 19-year-old from Run Crew, starting to really stride out. You can see that arm carriage is starting to extend. Penrose not giving up at the moment, but it looks like Gosha has left her strike till a pivotal moment in this one. 300 metres to go. She opened up the gap, and she's coming into the home straight. This is the women's C race of the New South Wales 3,000 metre championships, and it's Sophie Gosha with 10 minutes ticking over on the clock. She's going to take this one out, and a really good battle here for second developing. I think Penrose might just have enough, but it's going to be Sophie Gosha 10-11 unofficially, and Penrose just has enough to hang on to a fast finishing fry in 10-16 for both those athletes, second and third. Bron Hagar, quick finish there for Delta Rowing Project, 10-21 for her, and fifth place was Ingrid Kingsmill with a good finish there for the Sydney Striders Club as the rest of the field starts to come across the line. Cabasson just coming across there, as well as Rebecca Solomon from the Sydney Athletics Academy. Kira Bauer, we saw earlier in the run mid-pack, just finishing there at about 10:41. And here comes Lauren Adams from Glenbrook Lillelays with 15, Neve McMahon of Trinity Athletics. A couple more athletes still coming across the line, and they'll be just outside that 11-minute mark. And for those who have just joined us, we have Ollie Hoare and a very special guest, a late addition to the lineup, and Julian Guzman to make it 6 special guests in one night for the New South Wales 3,000 metre championship Sport for Choice.
I just want to put out there
yes,
that Constantine told me I wasn't allowed in the track, full stop. Not just the live stream, I had to watch from outside.
Well, to be honest, and I won't say this from Athletics point of view, Athletics New South Wales point of view, I'm not actually sure how you got into the track. I don't know what money went under the table. Maybe it's the same money to get you in the Malta singlet.
I'm an outlaw, right?
talk about the personalities as we pan back to what are we up to now? Well, I think this is the men's C race, and hopefully I've got a start list in front of me. Yes, I do. Oh, is that the men's B race? No, I don't think we're up to the men's B yet. Hopefully I have. No, I might have to just call out for a start list because I don't think we're up to the B. I think we're up to the C at the moment. So we're just away a start list for the men's C. Of course, start sheets come just before each of the race starts to make sure that we've got the right start list in front of us. Yeah, guys, just on the outlaw yourself, but also the personalities in the sport as a whole. Distance running often criticised as being somewhat one-dimensional, or athletes in total. Are you starting to see somewhat of a shift with some more of the characteristics of each of the runners coming out, particularly with, I guess, some of the reputations that some of the squads get? And do you think it's a good thing for the sport overall?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. I think the shift is probably more so to do with the fact that social media is becoming a big part of sport. Back even, 3 or 4 years ago, it really wasn't. But in terms of signing a contract or getting a deal with a big company now, it's not just enough to run fast. You need to have some sort of personality, you need to have an image, and most athletes nowadays who sign contracts have their own branding to go along with that, And so I think it's really important to kind of begin to brand yourself at a young age. And then you might find yourself fitting the same sort of branding or the same mold as a lot of different teams throughout America or throughout Europe. And there's definitely a lot of teams coming up nowadays. The most recent one that Ollie Hoare is amongst. And they've got a good character in that group at the moment. It's the first group from that company. So Boulder itself is starting to become the mecca of distance running in the US with a few different groups there. So I think that it's definitely a good thing to kind of get those personalities involved in those sort of groups and have it almost as a team sport rather than just an individual sport.
You talk about the social media, that the professionalisation of the sport as a whole seems to have come leaps and bounds, probably 20 or 30 years behind the rest of the sports in the world. Yep. But it's good that we've got there. What do you see for the future in the next 5 years for distance running? And you'll be part of that, won't you?
Yeah.
You and Ollie will be part of that transition.
I hope so, yeah. And it's not really clear cut. I think it's really up to the athletes and the individuals and the groups themselves to where distance running goes. And I think one of the first people to kind of start that trend was probably Centro, Yeah. He was always a little different. He won an Olympic medal that, a lot of people said that he probably shouldn't have won.
It was an incredible race, wasn't it? One of the most incredible Olympic finals of all time.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah. But people that don't even follow running would follow Centro just because he is such a personality.
Yep.
And he probably started the whole thing. And now there's teams popping up with different personalities, and there's a little bit of beef here and there between teams, which definitely doesn't hurt the sport as long as it's healthy and it's not too negative. But I think it can go either way. I think we can keep pushing it, and it's going to turn into a popular sport, and COVID has probably affected that this year with taking track and field off the map a little bit. But I think it's going in the right direction. I think every brand kind of starting their own team, own professional team, is a step in the right direction. Before it was just Nike with a few teams, and now we've seen Skechers with a team, Brooks with a team. Adidas has 2 teams in the US, and they're both relatively new. On Running has started a team, so I think we're moving in the right direction.
That's fabulous, mate. It's great to hear from you. If you don't mind, we might get Ollie to jump back in the box, and we are starting to get down to the pointy night, so we might start to sort of turn our attention towards the racing.
Yep.
Thank you so much for your time, mate. It's great to see you. Thank you so much for the stories, and
awesome.
we'll hope to see you soon on the track, mate.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
And we are very much up and running with the men's C race as Ollie Hoare joins us back in the box. It's Scotty Westcott of Newcastle Runners, the 2016 Olympic marathoner for Australia. Earned his jersey after 5 Olympics of trying, and one of the real heroes of running in New South Wales. He's currently gone through in 2:52 for the first K, or 8:36 paces. He chases around about an 8:30, maybe 8:30 mid for this one. We might just run through the start list and as they go through, and we'll get that second K split shortly. So it's Ethan Brow, Trinity Athletics, from Ben Bishop of Trinity Athletics. Matthew Ho in 3 for the Delta Rain Project. Monty Dixon, Newcastle Runners in 4. Then Scotty Westcott leading with this one in 5. Matthew Cox from Bankstown Sports in 6. Sam Hopper from Run Crew in 7. Sydney Athletics Academy, Logan Campbell in 8. Kemmel Joggers, Dylan Holden 9. UTS North, Zach Johnson in 10. Newcastle Runners, Liam Dixon in 11. Then we have ACT's Matthew Barrington 12, Matt Dawson from Delta in 13, Jake Shaw Run Crew 14, Lockie Townsend of Dubbo in 15, Greg Frost Kemmler Joggers 16, Sam Rockcliffe from Knox in 17, Brendan Felice in 18 from Millawong Reesby, Adam Williams of Bankstown in 19, Jack Brown Essex West of 20, and Miles Goff of Kemmler Joggers, and new publication on the block, Run Creature in 21, doing great things for the sport is Miles, and we see him second in the running with that orange cap he wears at every race he does. And just behind him is Matthew Cox, affectionately known as Coxie, seeing third in the running with the boys strung out behind them. So a really honest pace set here by Scott Westcott. Have you had much to do with Scott over the years, Ollie?
No, not really. I've heard of him, and it's great to see them out running today. I've actually Ben Bishop and Ethan Brow. I'm a Trinity old boy, so it's good to see the Trinity boys doing well and running out here. So I'm excited to see them race and see how they perform. Yeah, fabulous. Is this, when you were at Trinity, is the New South Wales 3K something that you were sort of pushed towards? Was Brad Woods around at that time? Yes, Brad was my. Brad and I he looked after Cam and I for quite a while. He was fantastic, and under Andrew Murphy as well, who was the head. It was fantastic environment, especially as a school, to kind of bring out track and field and make it exciting and pretty supportive towards events like this. So it's fantastic to see they have a club now running and doing very well. Yeah, awesome. So Matthew Cox from Bankstown's just taken the lead. So that was 2 laps to go for that one. Unfortunately, we just missed that split, but I think it was around another 2:52 as they're coming down the back straight, absolutely ripping through this C race of these gentlemen. So we get to see Scotty Westcott just really driving. He wants to stick with that lead, doesn't he? But just coming around now is 15. So that's Lockie Townsend, young Lockie from Dubbo, the steeplechase prodigy out of Trinity Athletics and Dubbo. But it's Matthew Cox, the statesman, leading this one. Also going well there for Run Crew. I think that might be Jake Shaw in 14 is third in the running. So Miles Goff with the orange cap just slipping back ever so slightly, and Scotty Westcott seeing fourth in the running. So it's Cox from Townsend, from Shaw, and Shaw now just moving around both of their shoulders into the lead. Would this be a definitive move with 4:50 to go as they come into the bell? 7:25 on the clock, and Jake Shaw goes for home for Run Crew. Cox tries to go after him, and Townsend and Toe, they're your top 3. Then comes Ben Bishop of Trinity Athletics in 4, and Miles Goff of Kemmler Joggers in 5. But it's Jake Shaw streaking down. Can Cox, the marathoner, has he got the speed to chase him down? He's getting him slowly. Jake Shaw, has he gone too early? Here comes Coxie coming down the back straight. Over his shoulder he goes. 2:50 to go in the running. Can Shaw hang on now and have another attack at him? It's Matt Cox of Bankstown. He's run many races in the like, and he's running another one very well here. Just ticked over 8 minutes on the clock. Shaw not going anywhere. Still Cox by a stride and a half. Shaw has a look around to Townsend. Townsend's right there too, but it's now Matthew Cox of the Bankstown Club comes into the home straight. Shaw has another look. He probably doesn't want another one as Townsend's trying to close. Here comes Miles Goff of Kemmler Joggers as well. But here comes Matthew Cox of the Bankstown Sports Athletics Club. He's going to close very well. 8:27 on the clock for him. And it's going to be Shaw hanging on for second. Townsend in third. Goff in fourth. Bishop in fifth. Scotty Westcott after doing the early running in 6 comes through in 8:34 for those following. Zach Johnson behind him in 7th and 8:35 as the rest of the field piles over the line for the men's C race. An exciting one, Oliver Hoare. Yes, Coxie finished well. Nice and strong last 400, which is what you want to see.
That was good stuff. Very good stuff. And still some coming across the line here. Newcastle runners. Another one of Scotty's athletes from up north, Liam Dixon, just ticking over the 9-minute mark now. Matt Dawson from the Delta Rain Project coming across. And also that is one of the Illawong athletes. That's Brendan Felice from Illawong Revesby, rounding out the men's C race. So we are really starting to get into the pointy end of the field now, with the women's and men's B next on the program. For those following along, we're almost right on time. 8:53 on our final timetable listed, and we're at 8:55 at the moment as I get past another updated sheet for these women. Another big field of 24 in this one. So we may turn our attention and make sure that we cover these in full. And we'll go through the start list for another exciting race. So for the women's B, 24 starters. In 1 for Newcastle runners goes Hannah Jarvis. 2 for Bankstown Sports goes Katie Porra. 3 for Run Crew Emma Marn. 4 for Coffs Harbour Alyssa Onley. 5 for Sydney University Lucy Maviel. 6 for Run Crew Ruby Madden. 7 for Bankstown Sports Paola Lonchamp. 8 for Sydney Athletics Academy Mia Gulurgen. In 9 for Balmain goes Chloe Walker. 10 from UGS North Sarah Baker. 11 Sydney University's Erin Blundell. 12 from Trinity Aspen Lambert. 13 from Bankstown Sports Shani Hargraves. 14 from Newcastle Flyers Laura Simon. 15 from Newcastle Runners Tia Brady. 16 Delta Rain Project Amy Kogel. 17 from Bankstown Sports Lily Wynyard. 18 from Sydney University Audrey Hall. 19 from Bankstown, we had a chat to her a little earlier, Jayla Hancock Cameron. 20 from St George, Lauren Carey. 21 from Balmain goes Emma Olsen Keating. 22 from Sydney Athletics Academy Jean Stump. 23 for Illawong Alexia Callan-Vocus, and 24 from Sydney Athletics Academy. Rounding our big field is Philippa Quarrell as the girls get themselves sorted. We heard that Jayla Hancock Cameron wanted around about 9:55, and you'd be thinking that she may be going to the front of the race for this one to get a good time, and she does exactly that as they roll through the first 200 in about 34 seconds. So as we move towards the pointier end of the races, Ollie, in your experience, what are some of the tactics that you would usually take into a 3K?
I think 3K is such an interesting event because it's between a 5 and a miler, so you can have a range of runners in that race, and it's a very hard race to tactically kind of maneuver unless you know really well how people are going to go. So really, I think it's all based off instinct. In that first 200, you can really get a gauge of how this race is going to go. Is it going to go really fast? Are you going to hang in there and relax and stay out and string up? Or are you going to sit back, relax, and let it kind of slowly pan out until it starts to wind up in the last couple of laps? So really, at the end of the day, if you're able to stay kind of in control and relaxed and definitely pay attention to that first 200 metres, you'll get a good idea from there how that race is going to go. But a lot of those races can go either way, with a lot of athletes kind of picking and choosing if they want to go fast in that last K or that last 1500. So it can really go anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you feel there's a slight advantage? Of course, a slower race would suit a 5K, 10K runner, a quicker race, an 8:15 runner. Is there a natural advantage, do you think, to the 3K?
I think so. I think especially a lot of middle distance runners are usually quite good at the 3K. If they've got a lot of strength behind them, they usually do quite well. I mean, if you look at a lot of examples of people running 3Ks throughout, they usually have a really good 1500 mile time. So you can usually tell pretty well if someone's got that speed and got that strength. It's kind of a perfect event for them because they're kind of tough to maneuver around. You can't really go slow in a race and out-kick them, because they've got a great kick in themselves as 1500 metre runners, and you can't really go out that fast because they usually got that strength from a 5K or from a 3K. So I've noticed particularly that if you're a middle distance runner in a 3K kind of event, you have that strength, especially with the speed endurance, and you're able to kind of hang in there, you can definitely pull off a good 3K, and you're kind of a hard person to compete against.
Yeah, well said. Jayla Hancock Cameron leading the girls through. They've gone through the first 800 now, and they'll be making their way down to the K-split very shortly. I think I might have missed the start slightly. but they're looking like, well, Jayla said that she wants to be that 9:55 pace, and her compatriot, Shani Hargraves, is currently leading a Bankstown 1-2, the Limitless Track team squad, and also I think it's a Bankstown 1-2-3 with Lily Winwood up there as well, so Ondo will be pretty happy with proceedings so far. They come through at about 3:13 I've got on my watch, so a little bit quicker potentially for Jayla at the moment, with Shani Hargraves now just starting to edge back towards the field, potentially a little bit quick for her liking, and Lily Wynyard sitting third in the run at the moment. There's a bit of a shift with, that's 23, Alexia Callum-Vocus of Illawong Reesby, now just finding herself at the front of that chase pack. But Jayla, probably a class above in this one, even though she said she was doing, in quotes, a tempo. You would expect her to run on strongly. Jayla has a PB of 9, I think it's around about that 9:30 mark. Just looking at this, 9:29 at State 3K a couple of years ago. Yeah, so certainly in a class above in this field. But as mentioned, she wanted to make sure that she got a good 3K race out after her 800-metre efforts earlier in the day with the 2:06. Good pack forming behind her. It might be a very good race for second, but Jayla currently got a 25-metre lead. We'll try and pick out who else is in this field. I think that might be one of the southern athletes sitting up there. They really are all together 20 metres off Jayla. You'd usually think that it'd be a dangerous move for an athlete to be going out this quickly, but as I mentioned, Jayla has probably has medalled, I believe, in this event in the A race before. So just a cut above the rest of these girls. With absolutely no disrespect to anyone else in the field. I think that might be one of the Coffs Harbour. Yeah, Alyssa Onley, the 16-year-old from Coffs Harbour. Again, we saw one of the Coffs athletes do well in that teal strip in one of the men's grade races earlier on. And Alyssa holding her own, travelling down for this meet as we pan back on Jayla. A lovely cadence there shown by the Limitless Track Team athlete. So Alexia Callum-Vocus now just seeing on the front of that pack. So yeah, it's Callum-Vocus from Onley at the moment, and then just behind them in 9 goes Chloe Walker of the Balmain Athletics Club, I believe, and then 21 Emma Olsen-Keating, also from Balmain, sitting well. Again, just a little bit harder to pick up the hip numbers from 200 metres away on the camera. Usually we'd have a camera on the back straight, but not quite tonight. Athletics New South Wales delivering this stream totally separate of the usual producer and Matthew Whitbread. So doing the best we can tonight, and for those joining us, thank you. Thank you for staying with us and watching the stream. 3 laps to go for Jayla, and she's gone through there in about 5:42. I've got 5:43. Now it's a big gap, 60 metres back to the rest of the field. So it's Onley, and then 23 Callum-Vocus. Then comes 6, and that's Ruby Madden from Run Crew and the Black of Run Crew. She sits up towards that front chase pack, and again, it's going to be a really good race between all these girls. Yeah. There's basically the entire field in contention for that second place with just over a kilometre to go. If you're on that chase pack, Ollie, what are you thinking at the moment? Are you trying to get to the front, or you're seeing and waiting?
I think you definitely wouldn't want to stress out too much. I think those girls right now, I mean, there's such a big pack, so they're all working together right now, kind of figure out what's going to happen, what's going to go on next. And usually what will happen is it will start to string out, and someone will make an early move, and then people will start kind of pulling the trigger and changing gears. I think right now, if I was in that chasing pack, you'd want to stay as relaxed as possible and just wait for that first move and then work off that and just keep developing through your race. You want to kind of wind it up, because that last lap, the race isn't over until you hit the line. So you want to make sure that you disperse your energy accordingly. And even though there's a lot of girls there left, you want to make sure that lap to go, you have a lot of energy to finish off well. Yeah, so Onley just coming on the screen there, so she is leading that chase back from Callum-Vocus, and I think it was Katie Porra who's moved her way up from Bankstown into the lead there. Also going well is 15. That's Tia Brady visiting us from Newcastle. We get a really good show of the girls there, and also Erin Blundell for Sydney University going well. It really is a race out of one out in the front. Jayla's just extended her lead while we've been following that chase back to about 100 metres, so she is running brilliantly after opening up with a 2:06 about 5.5, 6 hours ago at the Sydney Uni Interclub. That was held before our 3K championships began at just before 6 o'clock. On our screen, Callum-Vocus
still leading that chase pack. We're now down. That chase pack's just over 600 metres to go. Jayla's at about just over 500 metres to go, or 550 to go now. She comes around that front bend, and she'll just pass one of our lapped athletes there, Lucy Melville of Sydney Uni. I think hopefully Lucy's not struggling there. But yeah, Jayla, it's just it's a pleasure to watch her run. Even if it isn't B race, you've usually associated her with a championship race, but good to see her out here supporting the event nonetheless. She'll take the bell in 8:25 for Jayla, so she is moving well. Probably looking at something sub 9:45, so a little bit quicker than her 9:55 tempo she spoke of earlier. Then comes Onley, and now this is one of the Sydney Athletics Academy athletes who's moved her way up. And Alexia Kalmvokas behind her. That's Philippa Quarrell just on the other side of my sheep. So Philippa Quarrell now finds herself in the running for second position. And an exciting race developing. We'll pan back to Jayla, but the race is really about 80 metres behind her at the moment, as the Bankstown Sports and Limitless Track Team athlete out of Onde Kalamucha's South Coast stable. 200 metres to go for Jayla, and she's well on that 9:45 pace at the moment. And we might see if we can get a shot shortly of the rest of the field. We'll see him come through pretty soon. Jayla's working hard, you can see.
Yeah, arms are pumping.
Yeah, she's working hard, but tempo after an 800. So just over 9:30 on the clock, so it'll be well under what she wanted, and really wouldn't it be out of place at A race with this performance at all. Jayla Hancock Cameron takes the women's B race, 9:41 unofficially, and here we go, the race is second, and it is Philippa Quarrell with Alyssa Onley. Onley coming down the outside of Coffs Harbour, and Onley will get second position, an exciting finish for the silver medal. Quarrell in third, and that's 10, that's Sarah Baker. Great run by the junior there. Amy Kogel for Delta in 5th. Callum Vokus in 6th. And then coming across there was Laura Simon of the Newcastle Flyers in 7th, with a lot of the girls now coming through. These girls are all just over the 10-minute mark. There's Mia Galergian from Sydney Athletics Academy. Her stablemate just coming, I think that's Jean Stump coming across there as well. Lily Wynyard was up there early but just faded for Bankstown. She comes through in about 10:18. And just a couple of others coming through now in Audrey Hall. And I think that might be Lily Wynyard actually. So yeah, no, Audrey Hall through in about 10:37. And sorry, no, that was hip number 7. Paola Lonchamp for Bankstown Sports. My apologies. Another one of the Bankstown athletes coming across there as well. Some good racing by some very young juniors in that one. Tactically really good. Find themselves up towards the front pack at the end of the race rather than sort of in the middle of it.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see them at the end. They're really starting to learn and develop how to finish a race well. And they're really coming home strong. And it's great to see them getting that experience in a great event like this.
Fantastic. Now, I wasn't around when you were a junior running 1500s and 3Ks, but I did come across a wonderful live stream. One of the earlier live streams that Matt Whitbread would have done is we I just folded up my sheet before. This is Lucy Marvel. Yeah, so Lucy just coming across the line here as well. Hopefully Lucy's okay. She looks all right in the run, and she will come across to round out this women's B field. Yes, it was a certain New South Wales Open 1500 metres. I think you were 17, taking down the one and only Jeremy Roth.
Roth's calves.
Do you remember that race?
I do. That was a big race for me in particular because I hadn't really run much at a lot of New South Wales track events, and I was excited. I was training very well. I think I just moved to Trinity Grammar, and I was at that point looking at going in the US, and to go to the US you have to have a fast time. And I remember running in that race against Jeremy Roth, who was a 3:30 low runner, very talented athlete. And to have someone in that race, you kind of get a bit intimidated, but I was able to shake away those nerves and come away with a great race and a great PB and win for me. And it was kind of a weird experience as a 17-year-old to win an Open New South Wales champs like that. But It was exciting, and it kind of gave me that kind of passion for track and definitely gave me that edge of racing. So it really set me up well to learn from.
Brilliant. We'll pan our attention back to the track, the men's 3,000 metre B race. So this is the last non-championship race we have here. So we just saw the women's B, and now we are up to the men. Third last race of the night, and we'll go through the 21 the 21 athlete start list now. From number 1 from St George goes Nathan Breen, the triathlete. 2 from Newcastle Runners, Connor Stevenson. 3 from Run Crew, James Tunbridge. 4 from Run Crew, Jared West. 5 from Sydney University, Joseph Ryan. 6 from Run Crew goes Martin Mashford as they're away. And I've just got the start there, so that's good. Hip number 7 from UTS North, Mitchell Westhuizen. 8 from Newcastle Runners, Callum Lang. 9 from Bankstown Sports, Daniel Franken. 10 from Gambler Joggers, Luke Hintz. 11 from UTS North, Max Mahn. 12 from Newcastle Flyers, Kyle Pinkerton. 13 from Delta Rain Project, Jack Maxwell. 14 from Trinity Athletics, Theo Christian. 15 from Run Crew, Jack Green. 16 from UTS North, Josh Ferris. 17 from Randwick Botany, Richard Newell. 18 from Macquarie Hunter, Tom March. 19 from Randwick Botany, Kurt Fryer. 20 from Sydney University, Tom Davis. And 21 from UTS North goes Kieran Gorman. Now this should be a good race. A lot of juniors who have come through the ranks, as we said in those D and C races, now find themselves in a B. Run well at a B race, you might find yourself in a championship race next. What do you think this means to a lot of these guys?
I think it's perfect experience for them. I think being able to have the opportunity to have all these races and to be able to watch previous races as well, you're able to learn so much as an athlete and to compete the best of your ability. So a B race for these boys is a great stepping stone for them to get to that championship race, to get to the opportunity of running extremely fast times and running with some of the best in New South Wales. So this race is just really a setup for them to kind of learn and develop and grow, and hopefully in the next year we can see a lot of these guys come through and go to that championship race.
Absolutely. It's the UTS North 1, 2, 3 at the front there. We can really see the red controlling this race. 11 and 7 we saw. That was Max Mahn and Mitchell Westhuizen. Westhuizen moving over to UTS North for the season. Also Joseph Ryan, who we saw run very well in that warm-up meet at Bankstown last week in the 2K. He finished really close to the top there. They're 140 through the first 600. So pretty good going here. We'll get the 1K split as they go around next, but it's Ryan from Westhuizen and then, Ryan from Marn and then Westhuizen, and it's another one of the UTS North athletes up there as well. That might be either Josh Ferris or Kieran Gorman. We get a much better shot there of the hip numbers. I think it's one of the lower ones. Just trying to pick it out there. It might be Josh Ferris, but it's Ryan from second, third and fourth UTS. Then comes the Newcastle Runners athlete. That's Callum Lang sitting in 5th. And we can see the Randwick Botany, Richie Newell, bronze medalist, I believe, from the New South Wales 1500 metre championships and a breakout performance last season. The ex-AFL draft player of the Brisbane Lions making his way to the track and finding the better of the two sports, obviously, Ollie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, interesting transition there. I mean, you definitely have the fitness as an AFL athlete, you know, running around in circles all the time, catching a ball. So he's definitely got the fitness there, and it's great to see him break out and be enthusiastic about a sport like this. So it's great to see him out here.
About 2:46 through the first K for those gents. So we're looking at around an 8:18 pace at the moment. Really good going for these guys. And we'll look towards some of their PBs as they go around. I think there's quite a few of them who are certainly within their means of running something in that 8:20 mark. We go through, there's quite a lot of 8:30s, and yeah, we're getting down towards the 8:20 mark here. So you would imagine, yeah, a couple of PBs, certainly around that 8:20 pace, a respectable pace for the front of the field. Joseph Ryan doing the early running, and we see the arm sleeves of Max Mahn tracking his every stride at the moment. Callum Lang of the Newcastle Runners finds himself sandwiched between two athletes in red and UTS North, and actually that's Kieran Gorman, who I might have called earlier as one of the other UTS athletes, but it's Gorman up there. But really, it's a bunch field. There's nothing at the moment. They're through the 1400, so almost halfway through the men's B race of the 2020 New South Wales 3000 metre championships, and it looks like we've got another exciting one in our hands here at the moment. Nathan Breen in the red and white stripes, the pro triathlete for St George, just finds himself mid-pack at the moment, getting a really good sit. Richie Newell in the Randwick Botany blue gold, getting a good sit there. And also one of our Macquarie Hunter athletes, that's Tom March. Don't know a whole lot about Tom, but he recently ran, I think, a 155 at the club meet up at Mingara, so some good speed at the moment. Watch for a kick from March if he finds himself near the front of the field towards the end. So that's Kieran Gorman sitting in 5th there, still from Mitchell Westhuizen just in front of him. Lang in 2nd, Marn in second. Sorry, Lang in third, Martin second, and Joseph Ryan in first. Beautiful single file means the pace is on here for the B race of the men. And now we see Richard Newell. So this is a good run, a good move, you think, by Newell. The 8:15 specialist not wanting to leave it to a sit and kick if he can. The bronze medalist from the Open Championships finds himself in the front of the field from Ryan. And then Marn sits in third. The boys will be coming up to the 2K mark as they navigate this back straight. And possibly a bit of a gap now starting to open up from the front half to the back half of the field, where two runners starting to find themselves in no man's land. We can just see them in shot there. So a race of, well, a lot has now come down to probably 7, you would think, but three UTS North athletes find themselves well in the running at the moment. Max Marn now just goes around the shoulder, and that 2K split 5:37 through the 2K, so we've gone 2:46 and then 5:37. It might be around about a might have just slowed up just by a few seconds. I think about a 2:51 potentially. So around about that sub 8:30 mark still. Marn sits on the front with 2 laps to go from Richard Newell in second, Joseph Ryan in third, Callum Lang in fourth, Kieran Gorman fifth, and St George's Nathan Breen in sixth, just out of shot at the moment. Might be coming down to potentially a race of 5 as we've got 700 to go. Now, Marn's been good over the club milers meets of late. He's run very strongly over the 3K distance, and he's starting to fancy himself, you would think, as he starts to stride out. Newell tracking his strides at the moment. Ryan, we saw in that 2K, had a great finish as well. So you've got some finishes here in these top 5, and it should be a really exciting last 600 metres. We see 16, that's actually Josh Ferris. So Ferris finds himself at the back of that field as Gorman actually just sits in 7th now, just behind Nathan Breen in 6th, as this pack of 5 now starts to stride away. And Nathan Breen finding himself in no man's land. He'll have to pick up the pace if he wants to stay with these 5. They're speeding up now, they're coming to the bell. It's Marn who leads them in, 7:13 on the clock. Max Marn, the youngster from UTS North. Can he come through the ranks and take out a really high-quality B race here at the New South Wales 3,000 metre Championships? Or will it be the experience of Richard Newell, new to the track, but a wiser head potentially on his shoulders? He starts to move down the outside. Can Marn respond? It's crucial that he does. Newell starts to kick away. The 800, 1500 specialist and the bronze medalist from the Open Championships last year. Is this the decisive move we're waiting for? Brings up a bit of a gap now, 180 in the run. Marn now starting to falter a little bit. Here comes Ryan from the Myer placings, and Ferris not out of second place either, but here comes Newell. He comes down to the home straight. He's looking good. Marn battles on. Ryan grits the teeth. Battle for second still on, but Richard Newell coming down to the home straight. It's going to be very, very quick. Richard Newell for Randwick Botany, 8:15 unofficially. Max Marn, huge PBs all over the place. Joseph Ryan, third for Sydney University. Ferris in fourth. Callum Lang in fifth. And a whole bunch of athletes coming across at about 8:27. And Maxwell loves it for Delta. Sub 8:30 potentially for him. Randwick Botany over the line. There's Cole Pinkerton. Luke Hintz, a great run from the youngster of Kembla Joggers, 8:36. There's Theo Christopher, Trinity Grammar. Tom March was up there early, faded late. Newcastle Runners comes through as well. And what a B race. That has got to be one of the better ones we've had in recent memory, Ollie Hall.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you could see that in the last probably 800 metres. The boys really started to pick it up and the pressure was really put on and they were really pushing for those PBs. So it was great to see those guys come out. As you could see, that experience of being able to close that well, that last 300 metres, he overtook and he really took it from there. So it was really important and crucial for him to kind of push and keep going to get that time, and it was a fantastic race, and I'm sure a lot of boys will be happy with that.
We saw some celebrations coming across the line. 8:30, a really big barrier for a lot of those guys in that race. Going down those PBs, as we'll go very, very shortly to the women's championship race, just rolling along here at the 3K champs. yeah, 8:30 a big barrier for a lot of those athletes. Was that a big barrier for yourself to
Yes,
to crack?
definitely. Yeah, I think I remember my New South Wales Championships when I was at ES Marks, and I think I went down to 8:20. And you know, when you make those fundamental steps, you know, like you said, the progression to get to that championship race, you want to keep coming down. So when you get to the next opportunity, you're able to get after it and kind of get closer to that 8-minute mark. So that's a big barrier for guys to beat, and once they've beaten that, they get more confidence and they can go into training and thinking, right, what's the next goal? What's the next, 10 to 15 seconds they want to kind of take off?
Beautiful. We won't have much of a time for a preview, unfortunately, for the women's 3K race, but really the story of this race, the return of Eloise Wellings, two-time Olympian, top 10 in the 5,000 and 10,000 metres at the Rio Olympic Games. One of Australia's finest ever long-distance track athletes that we have produced. Third all-time on the rankings for the 3,000, 5,000 and 10,000 metres. And from your home club, Sutherland Shire.
Yeah,
God's
Shire.
country.
God's country. Hell
So
yeah.
This will be exciting. Now, Eloise Wellings, from what we could tell, hasn't run a track race in about 2.5 years. Makes her come back here. I know our CEO, Kieran Lindop, who's also actually from the Shire, caught up with Eloise over lunch a couple of days ago, and she reckons she's training pretty well. So it'd be very interesting to see how she runs. 3K probably right down at the shorter end of her spectrum. What do you think her tactics might be coming into this one?
I think it's all just about getting used to the track again. I think if she's been out for 2.5 years, she wants to kind of get the feel again and be a part of track and field. And I think for her, you know, that 10K, it's a 10K specialist, so it's great probably to get here, get a bit of speed in. I'd see for her, this would be kind of like a workout kind of situation where she'd be able to figure out where she is with her training. So I think for her, any opportunity to race would be fantastic, and even if it's a bit shorter for her, she can work on it for a 10K.
We'll get a quick look at the early running here. We can see Kate Spencer of UTS North, Imogen Stewart of Illawong Reesby, Sarah Marvin up there as well. Lauren Reid of the Delta Rain Project ran really well over the cross-country season. She finds herself up towards the front of the running. Of course, Rose Davies, 8:58 PB and a fantastic 15:30 recently down in Adelaide. She assumes the front of the lead. The girls through the first 200, look, fairly conservatively, you'd say in about 37 or 38 seconds, but you can see that bunch start is now just starting to string out a little bit more as the girls get into their running. Now, of course, my computer has died just in front of me, so no form guide, so we'll try and go off memory for this one. Rose Davies, an 8:58, 3,000 metre PB, quickest in the field, second only to Eloise Wellings with a casual 8:41 14 years ago. So, look, we might actually just try and pick up where Eloise is in the running at the moment. I can't quite pick her up, although she's sitting fifth, isn't she, just behind Sarah Marvin. So a good sit here for Eloise early. We can see her with hip number 7. We'll track her closely as this race progresses, but it's Rose Davies, probably the form athlete of this field, taking it out with Imogen Stewart, who has also been running really well over the cross-country season, had a pretty good 1,500 a couple of weeks ago at Bankstown as well, just getting outrun by Matilda Ryan late, and Kate Spencer coming off a 4:23 1,500 metres at the club champs. They're the top 3 at the moment. Now, Eloise Wellings just moves past, that was Lauren Reid moving past the shoulder of probably one of her idols in Eloise Wellings. She now sits in 4th with Wellings in 5th. And Reid probably just trying to bridge that gap. Now, Reid, from everything that we've seen, loves to run from the front. It's how she enjoys running her races. It's probably how she's won a lot of the races. She won the Melbourne Track Classic 1,500 metres in February, about a month before everything changed, and ran that really well. We've been looking forward to running the 1,500 metres at Nationals. Had a lot of miles put in over COVID, a lot of strength training, and she's back better than ever. And we can just see her. She's bridged that gap easily, and now finds herself in a front pack of 4. So Reid just sits 3rd now in the running. Davies from Stewart, from Reid and Spencer. They're the top 4 in the New South Wales 3,000 metre women's championship race at the moment. Davies, the form athlete, probably the one to beat. Wellings, we can see in the black Adidas kit, just seeing in 5th. Just in front of an athlete out of shot at the moment. The girls come down. This will be the 1K split. 256 for that. 257 low, actually, sorry, for that K split. So things really starting to heat up now. 850 pace here for Rose. And if Imogen Stewart can hold this pace, it'll be an incredible run for the 16-year-old from Illawong Revesby. We know she's one of the most amazing junior athletes New South Wales and Australia has produced of recent times. And she's coming back from quite a long stint off. Much like Eloise, not as long, but quite a few months off the track. If you're coming back from months, a couple of years off the track, Ollie, what are you thinking in your head? You want to get back into your running, but what's the confidence level like?
The confidence level, usually it's hard to adjust where you are. I think the best thing for you is you don't want to rush into it, because then that could cause another long setback of injuries or even just exhaustion from overtraining if you don't bring yourself back into the proper form you can. You can't do it overnight. So, taking that stint of time, like Imogen and Eloise have, to kind of, reassess where they are, do the training they need to do to be able to come and do these races. I think it's important that they do that for themselves, and then the race itself will give them their confidence. Hopefully, they go out there, they run the race that they want to race, the time and the position they want to do, and that will hopefully give them the confidence they need to progress with their training for the next race that will come up eventually in the future.
Davies and Stewart through in 70.8 we got for that lap, so absolutely cracking along with this one. They are now starting to leave Reed and Spencer in now what looks like to be a battle for third. We're halfway through the women's 3,000 metre New South Wales Championship, and now Holly Campbell and Eloise Wellings, two fantastic comeback stories going head-to-head right here. Holly Campbell, of course, again, another brilliant junior going through the under-20 ranks, ravaged by injury herself over the last couple of years. She's run a couple of really good races back, and I think she's finding herself again in front of one of her idols and one of the best that Australia's ever produced. Eloise Wellings, of course, not just doing amazing things off the track, but also off the track with the Love Mercy Foundation over the last few years, raising millions of dollars for women and communities in Uganda, and pretty much a humanitarian off the track, and she's just done wonderful things. But we'll go back to the front of the race now. It's Davies and Stewart in a Mani battle between Newcastle and Illawong at the moment. Reed and Spencer have got about a 25-metre gap between the front two, and they're in the battle for third. So two races going on at the moment for the medals. Then comes, I think, Wellings and Campbell, and now what looks like a chase pack of four. They're sitting 5th through 8th. And then we've got, I think it might be one of the, can't quite pick up that athlete just behind that pack. So Belinda Martin joins that pack as well. We can see in the blue of Illawong, and that's Leanne Pompiani. So Leanne Pompiani, one of the queen of the roads, ran 33 flat for the 10K at Gold Coast last year and 71 at Sunshine Coast Half Marathon. Really coming down to the 3K distance here tonight. But now a move at the front. So Davies has now just put on a bit of a gap to Imogen Stewart. Now Stewart is probably out of her, I don't believe she's ever gone under 9:15 in an official race, so well beyond her official PB territory at the moment. 6:31 for Davies with 2 laps to go, with Imogen Stewart trying to hold on. Whatever Imogen Stewart runs, it's been a fabulous race by her so far, and she's actually only 15 years old, so 15 years Imogen Stewart running in the silver medal position at the moment for the New South Wales 3K Championships. But it's Rose Davies who you would have to say at the moment on form is probably, as we saw in JLO in the B race, just a class above the rest of the field, as she's looking to stride out and probably looking to run as quick of a time as possible. We come back now to this chase back. Now that's Eloise Wellings just in front of Belinda Martin, Leanne Pompiani, Holly Campbell, and just behind them, I think that might be the red of UTS North in Abby Rockcliffe. So what are 5 names we have here, an absolutely stacked lineup. Wellings, Martin, Campbell, and Rockcliffe. Coming back to Davies, 500 to go for our leader of the championship race. 7:35 ticking over on the clock. And now here comes Spencer. So a battle for second ensuing now. We thought that Imogen Stewart might have had that wrapped up a little while ago, but Spencer's gone right round her, and it'll be interesting to see what Reed does. Bell lap for Davies, 7:48 on the clock. Can Rose go under 8:50? She might just be out of that territory. PB 8:58.9, so maybe a little bit more realistic to try and get that PB. Great race for second now with Kate Spencer putting a few strides on Stewart for third, and Reed right now going past Stewart for third now, and Stewart just finding herself in fourth. We're still on Rose Davies, who's striding out. There's no catching her. She's got a 50-metre gap on the rest of the field. Reed now starting to go up on Spencer in the background, but Davies with 200 metres to go. It's 8:26 on the clock, so PB territory. We are in at the moment for Rose Davies. She's got the New South Wales title wrapped up. It's just a question of how fast she can go. 8:38 coming into the home straight. Rose Davies, can she break 8:58.9? Can she break 9? We're up to 8:45. She's going to have to go now to get sub 9. Here comes Reed. Reed looks to have silver wrapped up, but it's Rose Davies in an absolutely class performance. Coming down, it's going to be incredibly close. It might have just dipped under. It's going to be right around that 9-minute mark. A valiant performance by Lauren Reed, a massive PB unofficially of 9:07. She takes out silver in the championship. And Imogen Stewart at 15 takes out the bronze. Spencer comes across the line absolutely spent in a brave performance of fourth. Pompiani fifth, and Wellings returns with the 8:21 unofficially for sixth. Great to see Eloise return to the track. Rockcliffe in seventh, Martin in eighth, and Campbell in ninth in a wonderful women's championship race. Absolutely stacked field. Here comes that Sarah Schiffman, the world under-20 cross-country representative. She comes through in about 9:42 in her comeback, continuing as well. Rosie Weber of Run Crew comes through. And a couple more coming across the line as well as I lose my voice. Ollie Hoare, another great race.
Another fantastic race. I mean, it's great to see. I mean, it's what you expect at New South Wales Championship. You expect to have that kind of talent come through and deliver such a great race and great result. And I mean, Imogen, only 15 years of age with a bronze medal, you know, like that kind of youth in there, it gives us, you know, that idea that we've got people coming through that, you know, could be up, you know, up to where Eloise Wellings and that kind of level of talent and athleticism. So it's fantastic to see, and it's great to see those girls pushing each other hard and going under that 9-minute barrier.
Now, unfortunately, we're going to probably head right to the men, so we might just try and catch up with Rose for a chat a little bit later, as I might try and get someone to wave her over into a seat. Bryony, can you get Rose to come here in a sec? And as we mentioned, Rose Davies, just a brilliant performance. We see a great shot of her there. Just talking with Athletics New South Wales' own David Tarbott, and I'm sure you've had a few conversations after races with Tarby.
Yeah.
He's been around longer than you have, Ollie.
No, he definitely has, and he knows the sport well. He's always good for the interview, and he's a great guy. He's done a fantastic job for the sport.
Great lineup here again. We saw just a brilliant race for the women, and it is now the men's turn in the final event of the night. It is the New South Wales 3,000 metre championship race for the men. And as we get our watches set, let's quickly go through this start list. For Sydney University in 1 goes Joe Burgess, 2 from Run Crew, Dan Kelly, 3 from Bankstown Sports, Joshua Johnson, 4 from Randwick Botany, Bailey Habler, 5 from Run Crew, Matthew Hudson, 6 from Kembla Joggers, James Seal, 7 from Sydney Striders, Josh Phillips, 8 from Run Crew, who had a great run last week, and at 14:07 was Tom DeCanto in form. Watch for him. 9 Victoria's Johnny Guzman from the Coffs Harbour comes down and gets an A race. 10 for Athletic C's Finn Donahue, 11 from Bankstown Sports Sam Byrne, 12 Sydney University's James Niparis, 13 from ACT Carl McCluskey, the triathlete, 14 Victory Runners Troy Whittington, 15 from Bankstown Sports Jai Edwards, 16 from Randwick Botany Stefan Musich, 17 from Sydney University Hugh Williams, Zach Fascioni for Randwick Botany goes in 18, Max Stapley, Kembla Joggers in 19, and Drew Fry from Randwick Botany in 20. Now, looking at some of those names, Ollie, you would have had a few battles with some of these gentlemen. One surely would have been James Niparis.
Yes. No, I know James actually I grew up watching him and watching him race. And, you know, you have boys that you watch throughout the New South Wales and throughout the racing in Australia that you kind of, look up to and you see, and, you hope to get to that level one day, and James is one of those guys, so it's cool to see him out here racing today.
Nipper's really extended his range. He didn't have quite the race he wanted to in the New South Wales 10K track championships, but took out the short course 5K and the long course 10K as we're off for the men's championship for 2020. So yeah, Nipper's really extended his range. So you would think that the 3K steeple, the speed that he has in that, but also the strength now he's got over 5 and 10 might help him in this race as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a perfect event for him. I mean, being a 3K steeple like this is a lot easier for him without hurdles. So he gets to enjoy just running flat, running relaxed, not worrying about jumping anything. So I think for him, just having that range, having that strength, it really gives you a good arsenal to go through a race like this in a professional championship race and really attack it.
And speaking about college phenoms, Zach Fascioni, how he's developed over the last 2 or 3 years out of Wake Forest. He just dropped a 13.40 at a club milers meet up at Narrabeen. That doesn't count as a PB because it was a club level meet, but 8 seconds under his 5K indoor PB from February in what was a very good classic meet, I think, indoors. He's just gone from strength to strength for Wake Forest.
He definitely has, and Wake Forest has got a couple of good Australians there. I know the Deleuze twins are there, and
of course, yep.
It's fantastic to see him develop well. I mean, they've obviously got a good program that's supporting him, and it's really working him well to get to those times. And I know he's a sub-4 miler too, so he's got a good resume right now, and he's just looking to improve that.
Fascioni leads this one through 60 seconds in the first lap. Then comes the defending champion, Jai Edwards, and then James Nipris. They're your top three at the moment. Josh Phillips out of Villanova joins us for a few championship races. He sits fourth in the running. Behind him, we're just getting through now. So yeah, Fascioni from Edwards, then comes Nipris, and then Sydney Striders, Josh Phillips. Just try and get that hip number of the fifth place runner. We see Joe Burgess sixth in the running there. I think that might be the run crew. I think that actually might be Tom DeCanto. So we'll just get that hip number. So you can see the boys strung out really early here. Fascioni pushing the pace. They went through a 61st lap. They've just slowed up slightly, probably about 64 for a 2:04 first 800. We'll get their K-split as they come around shortly. So I think that's 13 actually. I think that might be Callum McCluskey, the triathlete from ACT, having a great first 800 here as he finds himself well up in the running. Then comes Burgess and Hugh Williams, his compatriot of Sydney Uni. They sit 6th and 7th. Then comes James Seal, sits in 8th. So they're the top 8 at the moment. Coming down to the K-split, they're going through 2:37 for the first K, 2:37. So we're looking at about 7:50 pace, 7:51 pace at the moment. Good running for these boys.
Yeah, definitely. I think, it's tough to kind of hold that pace and get after it, but you got to do it at these championship races if you want to run fast. And Zach's definitely doing that, and he's bringing out these boys and saying, hey, we're here to run fast. So it's good to see if they can get close to that 7:50 barrier. That's a pretty good run.
Fascioni a 7:55.9 PB. Edwards, I think he might be an 8 flat runner. Nipris 7:56 from a few years ago. So you're around about or just under PB pace for a lot of these guys. So it will be interesting to see if this pace continues through what's probably a crucial second K to try and keep that pace going leading into the last K of the race. It's Fascioni from Edwards, from Nipris, from Phillips, and then McCluskey from ACT. Maybe a surprise, but a world-class triathlete. He's been on the world tour over the last 2 years and obviously fancies his run leg as he is sitting 5th in the run. Just behind him in 3, having a good run, is Josh Johnson, JJ from Bankstown Sports of Team Telford. He sits in 6th, and Joe Burgess just behind him with Hugh Williams a few strides behind Burgess. That pack of 2, JJ and Burgess, just about 15 metres off the lead pack of 5 at the moment. Fascioni has led from the start and is looking magnificent at the front. Watch for Jai Edwards. Jai had a cracking last K last year. I think it definitely was around about that 7:50 pace, so definitely no stranger to fast finishes. And we know how good Nipris is, the 5-time national champion, 2 times Commonwealth Games representative over the steeplechase. Josh Phillips has done some fantastic things for Villanova earlier this year before COVID hit as well. Watch for him as McCluskey just trying to maintain contact with the front pack. We can see Josh Johnson battling battling along there, trying to maybe bridge this gap as a race of 5, maybe just coming down to 4. 3 laps to go. Fascioni through the 1800 metre mark in 4:45. Fascioni from Edwards, from Nipris, from Phillips. McCluskey's just starting to now fade as he's getting caught up by Josh Johnson and Joe Burgess of Sydney Uni, as that may start to be a chase pack of 3. Hugh Williams about 20 metres behind them, and Stefan Music leading a second chase pack of about half a dozen or maybe 8 athletes, with a lot of the minor places being battled out as we work through 7th through 13th. But Fascioni dominating proceedings through the 2K. 5:17 through the 2K. We are in the men's 3,000 metre championship. Really picked it up. They have, as Fascioni is coming down, 900 to go. Edwards, Nipris, then Phillips. Phillips needs to maintain contact here. It's going to be crucial over the next 400 metres here for him to have any chance of winning a medal, one would think. Nipris looking pretty good. Edwards looking pretty good. Fascioni looking better. 2 laps to go. A few strides back to 2nd and 3rd. Phillips finding something else, trying to get up to the back of Nipris. Burgess now finds himself in 5th spot. Josh Johnson has also moved around the shoulder of McCluskey. Hugh Williams sitting in 8th. Tom DeCanto leading that chase pack outside Matt Hudson, and also Drew Fryer for 9th, 10th and 11th. But it's now Fascioni. 650 to go. Men's championship race, delivering the goods. We saw Rose Davies run 9 flat in the women's 3K, dominated from about 650 out. Are we seeing the same thing here for the men's championship race, as Fascioni has put on an incredible gap over the last 200 metres? The form athlete, 13:40 in the club meet a couple of weeks ago. PB is 7:55. Watch for that to go down tonight. Comes into the home straight for the second and last time. Zach Fascioni of Wake Forest and Randwick Botany Harriers has absolutely demolished this field. Absolutely national class field. Through the bell, 6:48. Watch for the sub 750. Edwards in 2nd, Nipris in 3rd, Phillips in 4th. Daylight back to Burgess in 5th. But it's Fascioni in an incredible breakaway. He's got 300 to go in the run. It's going to be a great battle between Edwards and Nipris for 2nd and 3rd. Phillips not out of it as well. But we come as into a long shot. Zach Fascioni. He's just got about 200 metres to go now. Look at the clock. It's 7:20 at the moment. He's going to have to close hard. He'll probably get that PB. How close can he get to 750? He's just steamrolling along. Keeps his form. Would be one of the quicker 3Ks that we've seen at New South Wales level for a number of years. The Wake Forest athlete, the Randwick Botany phenomenon, comes down. What a great 2 years it's been for this incredible athlete. Sub 4 minute miler. Comes down to the line. 750 in a huge PB. A New South Wales tile. Nipris dips to another PB. 755. Edwards for the first time under 8. Phillips just gets under 8. Dives at the line. Joe Burgess in 5th. JJ 6th. Drew Fryer. Great run for 7th. Desperation from Phillips. Unbelievable. Just an incredible race. No words. One of the best we've seen in recent years. One of the best I've certainly seen in the last 4 years. Music coming over the line. That's a great return from Vin Dondieu of Athletics East. We've got 19 there. That's Max Stapley of Kembla Joggers. One of the victory runners. Troy Winton, one of the triathletes here. There comes Matthew. Didn't quite get that. Sorry, that was James Seal of Kembla Joggers. And James rounded out the field as I well and truly have lost my voice. Holy whore. My goodness. 750.
Yeah,
that
fast.
is absolutely
especially
moving.
Fast doing it by himself. He led most of that race by himself. To have that sort of strength and that kind of will, it just shows you that 340 is nothing to, put away. So he's definitely in great shape. He'll probably run faster if he's in a faster race with people chasing. So right now, that's a fantastic race for him. He should be very happy with that. And the other boys, going well under 8 minutes. It's good to see we got a few guys under there. So all in all, fantastic race.
Well, when you think about the recent championships, I know that Guzman was the last one through in sub-8 to win the New South Wales 3K championship. I'm sure that was at least 3 seasons ago. I think we might have had Burgess win one in 8:15. Edwards, defending champion, coming here tonight. Getting that bronze medal. A great backup for Edwards, who also has had some injury trouble. So a great performance by him. Nipper, another good run as well. He'll be very, very close to that 7:56 flat PB that he set quite a number of years ago from memory. It might be about 6 years ago. So just some great guys in some great form, and really, COVID just seems to have made everyone fitter by the looks of it.
Definitely. I think everyone's just been able to get some aggression out from COVID, not been able to have a lot of opportunities taken away from them. So it's good to be out training, and they've been working really hard. It's obviously shown. So it's good to get the opportunity to race, and they've definitely taken advantage of it.
Ollie, I might just see if we can get Rose and also Zach. I know Zach's having a chat to Tarby at the moment, but I might see if I can get Rose just to come down and have a chat shortly, which may mean that you may have to jump off the mic. And I do have Rose sitting just behind me. I will get you for the wrap-up, Ollie. But for now,
congratulations.
Thank you.
We might just get Rose Davies to come over here. Thanks, Rose. As we untangle some of our headphones. I don't think we can get hold of Tether here.
Put this on.
Yep, yep, beautiful. There you go.
Oh, this is so
nice
weird.
and nice and local tonight. No fibres, no fancy microphones, but Rose Davies, congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you know your official time? You're very close to the 9.
I know. I think it was like 9:017 or something.
Okay. So you just missed a couple of seconds outside the PB, but you must be happy with that run.
Yeah.
Dominant performance.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I would have liked a bit quicker. I thought it was going to be quicker, but I mean, it is what it is. I'm still happy, so.
Coming off a 15:30 from a team tempo time trial in Adelaide a few weeks ago, your form's been great over the 3K and the 5K, also the national bronze medal at Zatopek last year.
Yeah.
Probably one of your many upcoming career highlights moving forwards. The last 12 months, you've seemed to come in leaps and bounds. What's been working for you?
I mean, we have such a good training group, so I think just like enjoying running and putting pretty consistent weeks together. So, yeah.
Coached by Scott Westcott.
Yep.
Scotty's group, as you mentioned, a really good one. How's it like training with the boys up in Newey?
I love it. I mean, they help me out so much. They take me through pretty much every rep. So, yeah, it's good. I love it.
That's great. In terms of mixed races, I know you've run a couple of them. What's the difference between a mixed race, particularly for a distance like the 3K? Obviously, championship conditions is going to be a women's only race, but do you feel more comfortable in mixed races, or do you feel more comfortable running off the front like you did tonight with 800 to go and just going hell for leather to try and go for that time?
If I'm going for a time, definitely in a mixed race, because you just feel comfortable and you can sort of switch off and just like trust them in what they're going to hit the splits. But championship races, obviously. You're running your own.
And some great comeback stories. We call it on the stream, Holly Campbell, but Eloise Wellings comes back to the track for the first time 2.5 years. What was it like seeing next to Eloise on the start line?
It's so good. She's always been one of my idols. So, I mean, I don't think I've ever raced her before in a proper race. So, yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, fantastic. Rose, congratulations. A great performance. 9:01 to take the New South Wales 3K champs. Another medal to put in your back pocket, and we can't wait to see more of you later on this season.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Too easy. We might get the man who has just run 7:50 or 7:51 on the stream now, Zach Fascioni from Wake Forest and Randwick Botany, as we can maybe try and get some line, if I can get some assistance. There we go. Chuck those on, mate. Mate, that was something else, mate. That was impressive. So I think the quickest time in quite a number of years to the 3K champs. You got to 100 metres and decided to start racing. What was going on?
So the tactic going into it was to do pretty much that. We were hoping to go through 2K in around 5:15, and that second lap, I think I slowed down a bit more than I thought I did, and that kind of cost me a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it went really well, so I'm super happy with it.
5:18, I think, through the 2K mark. So we've gone 5:18, closing in something crazy like a 2:32 or something. Did you get an official time? Was it 7:50, 7:51?
It was 7:51 low, something like that. Yeah.
So 4-second PB, I believe. Yeah.
Yep.
So you've just unofficially crushed your 5K PB up in Narrabeen by 8 seconds. Crushed your 3K PB by 4 seconds tonight.
Yep.
How many Weet-Bix have you been eating over COVID?
Oh, too many. Too many. Just getting the carbs in.
What has COVID looked like for you? Because obviously you've come back to Australia from Wake Forest. You've had such a great start to your collegiate career. Halfway through, world changes. Firstly, what was that like? And then what's the last sort of 6 to 8 months been like for you?
Yeah, it was really rough. I mean, it was super weird right around when it happened because when it came to NCAA indoors, I ended up being one spot short of making it. And then when kind of COVID happened, this was before the sorry, I'm a bit out of breath still.
No, you're right, mate. No, you've just run 7:51. You're allowed a breath or two.
Yeah, so before the championships got cancelled, Harvard pulled all their athletes from there. So one of those athletes was in the mile, so he got cut. And there was a whole bit of confusion as to kind of whether I was going to get to fill that spot or not. So my coach called me up and he's like, get packed, you're about to get on a plane. I'm like, oh God, okay. And then the whole thing ended up getting cancelled, so it was a bit of a blessing in disguise that I was kind of first one out. But obviously I came back here and we were hoping to get a few domestic races in, hopefully to the national champs, but obviously that got cancelled. So after that we just kind of called a season. I took some weeks down, just didn't run, built up really, really slowly, and then kind of here we are now.
You mentioned that slow build-up. Has that been a key, you think, for you this time around, as opposed to, the collegiate system is so demanding on bodies, typically high low, not necessarily really high, but high low mileage than what potentially Australian coaches are looking at. How did you find that transition? Do you think the slow build-up has helped you this time around?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my coach is definitely on the lower end of mileage. He puts a lot more focus on high volume and low intensity. So all of our workouts, or like 90% of them, really aren't very hard. So this and the 5K and maybe one other workout are the only kind of hard efforts I've had since being back. So
yeah, right.
A lot of it's super low intensity, which is really nice. It's not super high mileage either. And he's a really big fan of taking breaks after every kind of individual season. So after cross country, we'll take kind of a week off and then build up for indoors, and then after indoors we'll take a little bit of time off and then build up again, and that's, I think, been really helpful for me personally because it's something I haven't really done in the past.
I was going to say, there's probably a few lessons that can be taken from exactly that. Yeah. And we hear about talked more and more, and particularly at the collegiate level. I guess one of the criticisms of earlier days is athletes burning out 20, 21, and they've got these injuries, and it seems to be a philosophy that more and more colleges are developing, and obviously one that your coaches developed at Wake Forest.
Yeah, no, I think that kind of style of coaching was definitely more prevalent kind of in the last 30 or 40 years or so, especially when you had Arkansas, who were winning 2 out of every 3 NCAA champs for like 20 years or something ridiculous. They just had so many bodies that he could kind of afford to throw them at the wall and just see who sticks. At a smaller college like ours, we just don't have that many guys, so we can't really afford to do that. So we take a really conservative approach just to make sure that everyone actually gets to the start line healthy and then has a nice build-up into the post-collegiate if they choose to do that.
Fantastic. You've gone 13, 40 and 70, 51. You must be liking your chances. Well, I guess a lot of it depends on borders opening up. Of course, we've seen South Australia this week, and a shout out I should give to Adam Didick and Michael Nitschke. I was meshing them daily. Things changed from Monday to Wednesday to Thursday, and I could barely keep up. So to those guys who couldn't travel up, and it was athletes like the likes of Adrian Potter, Max Stevens, Maddie Clark, Isaac Heen, and the women Sarah Eckel and Caitlin Adams, who you probably would have seen a few of them around you at the start line as well and in the race. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here. We will get you down for the 5 or up for the 5K, guys. Looking forward to the domestic season. You're now up there. Like, no one's run 7:51 here for quite a few years and yet have run very well at the domestic level. What are you liking your chances being, right up there for the track classics and nationals?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking, looking really promising. I think the last kind of few months we've really been making some super big strides, and I think I'm kind of finally starting to get to a level where I always kind of figured I could be, but just hadn't quite hit there yet. So it's really nice to kind of be getting around there. But I'm actually this might be a bit of a shock, but I'm looking at going back to the US in January to do the kind of make up cross-country season and then go into outdoors. But I think kind of looking forward into the future, 2022 looks really promising. They are hosting a Com Games and World Champs pretty much almost overlapping.
Yeah.
So it's a really good opportunity to try and make a team there, I think.
So. Well, and perfect timing for you. 21 years old now. You'd be looking at sort of 20, 22, 23 going into those Com Games and also the World Championships at Portland, Oregon. And about, was it June, July, I think it is?
I think around then. Yeah. I think they end early August from memory.
Early August, yeah. So a couple of fabulous benchmarks that you'd be wanting to hitting.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. I think it could be something really cool to aim for. Obviously, we've still got a long way to go, but I think kind of with a few more years of training under my belt, it's definitely a possibility. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Mate, it's been a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
We're sorry to see you go if you are going in January. From the two races that we have covered at Narrabeen, the Club Milers here at the 3K, Will you be around for Albie Thomas, do you think? 19th of December, just before you go.
I unfortunately won't be doing Albie Thomas, but I am looking at doing the 5K in the week before it to kind of get one last kind of hard effort in. So we'll hopefully try and get some help out there and try and run something even quicker again.
Friday, the 11th of December, for those who are following along with the Miler series. It would be amazing to see you out there. Mate, congratulations on just simply an incredible run, to be honest. I think you knew you were in that form. For those who tuned into Narrabeen, you're in that form. For those who didn't and may not be following your story, I think that may come to a shock to beat Edwards and Nipris, two high quality athletes, two of the best, very best in New South Wales in recent years, and you've just gone. It's amazing. So congratulations, mate. All the best to you and all the best for your future.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Zach. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
So that's about a wrap from us. I might get Ollie Hoare just to wrap up with me. What a fabulous New South Wales 3,000 metre championships we've seen here tonight. To the Athletics New South Wales live stream team, Bryony Norton behind the main camera here. As Ollie Hoare joins me, Daniel Laws from the ANSW office on producing for the first night, Isabel Thornton-Botten and Emily's son on the cameras 2 and 3. It really has been a team effort to get this live stream up without the usual producer or producers of Matt Whitbread and Tim Galray, who are usually the brains trust behind the stream. It's been a great job by everyone. Ollie, it's been so good to have you. I'm just this is everything that you could possibly want for a distance championships, and topped off by you as co-commentator. So thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. It's been awesome to be back here and to see some amazing results and being back in the racing in Australia. So I'm thrilled to be here.
I will mention this. Is there any race that you possibly want to do before Boxing Day?
Yes, I'm looking at the Albie Thomas.
Oh,
so
yes.
I did run a good 3:53 in South Carolina.
Yeah, you did.
So I think, talking to my coach over there, I'm really excited to hopefully run here and get a race in. So that would be the race to do. So we're looking at the Albie Thomas Mile in December 19th, I think it is.
December 19th. You heard it here first on the stream.
Yeah.
He's in. And again, Albie Thomas are really the next big distance meet, the one that a lot of athletes have been targeting, particularly of recent years, with the national championship label attached to it. Comes with it IAAF or World Athletics points. We've had the likes of Matt Ramsden take out the title last year, Sam Ellis with the upset, but James Hansen and Rory Hunter splitting the national title between them last year. We've also had the likes of Jen Gregson, Whitney Sharp in 2018, and then just an incredible field of something like 7 or 8 internationals women for the women's field last year. The events got better and better each year. I think your presence would probably top it off in 2020. With borders opening, and again, I don't know whether you can make some phone calls. I'm sure Matt Whitbread's on already. The Victorians, do you see them coming up for Albie Thomas?
I mean, I'd love to have them up. I think if the borders do open, I mean, a lot of athletes have taken any opportunity they can get, and I saw that in the States, so I would definitely see them come up for that Albie Thomas mile. It's a prestigious mile, and you get those people around there and running fast, they'll definitely take advantage of it.
Fantastic. You heard it here first. Ollie Hoare will be running the Albie Thomas Mile this year, the 3:53 miler out of Wisconsin and the On Athletics Club. Mate, it's been so good to have you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, mate.
Appreciate it.
For all of us here at Athletics New South Wales, thank you so much for tuning in. We hope you've enjoyed this stream, the first one that ANSW has conducted all by our very selves. This has been the New South Wales 3,000 metre championships. My name's been James Constantine, and for now, good night.